Yeah, the chairs, right? Okay. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Good morning, everyone. I'm Gord Perks, and I am Chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. We have quorum. I am now calling meeting 21 to order. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed at youtube.com, Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Planning and Housing Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting April 10th? Speaker Nunziata, well, Councillor Nunziata. When you're here, you're Councillor. Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor, opposed, carried. I understand that there are there new business items? There's one new business item to be added to the agenda. Councillor Myers, will you please move to add item 9? I'll move it because it's for me. Providing housing opening today, Toronto Inc. with Section 37 funds for the purchase of affordable rental housing. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, I'll let members review that for a few minutes and we will go through our rundown. Okay, so item PH 21.1, which is the official plan amendments to align with provincial legislation and policy changes. We have deputants on that. Item PH 21.2, local appeal body member complement. I'll move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 21.3, development application fee review. We have a deputant. Item PH 21.4, Toronto Builds, a policy framework to build more affordable rental homes on public land. We have deputants. Item 21.5, zoning regulations for parking commercial vehicles in residential areas, preliminary report. I'll just move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item PH 21.6, growing spaces for trees, protecting and enhancing the tree canopy while supporting infill housing and addressing concerns with Iceberg homes. Proposals report. We have deputants on that. Item 21.7, 3100 Weston Road, proposed designation bylaw under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, consideration of objection. We do have a deputant there. Item PH 21.8, 450 Rustic Road, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
And I'll move that. That's in my ward.
Councillor Nunziata is moving that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Members, have you had a chance to look at item 9? It was pre-circulated. Can I move that now? Anyone want more time? No? Okay, so I'm going to move 21.9, providing housing opening today Toronto Inc. with Section 37 funds for the purchase of affordable rental housing building. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, that takes us back to the top of the agenda. And I have special things I have to say about this. If I can find the right language somewhere in here.
It's right here on the end.
The Planning and Housing Committee is holding a special statutory public meeting in accordance with Section 26 of the Planning Act for item PH 21.1 official plan amendments to align with provincial legislative and policy changes related to employment areas. This is a decision report. Evidently, it's very important legally that I say those words. So with that out of the way, members, I feel it's important that we have a staff presentation on this item. It's a really complicated and important piece what we're doing, and in order to facilitate us understanding it and members of the public understanding it, staff have prepared a presentation. And here's Kyle. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Everyone hear me okay? Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to give you a presentation on item PH 21.1. This is an official plan amendment to the city's employment policies to align the employment policies with the new definition for employment areas in the Planning Act and the PPS, which is the Provincial Planning Statement. So we're going to talk a bit about what the OPA is, give you some background, go into some of the details, and provide an overall summary. So the province has historically protected employment areas. The Provincial Planning Statement and the Planning Act continue that tradition. Bill 97 was introduced a couple of years ago. It updates the PPS, and there are updates to the PPS as well that change the permitted uses in our employment areas. Since October of last year, a few uses have been excluded from the definition. That includes standalone office, commercial uses, and institutional uses. The province also updated the Planning Act to allow municipalities to continue to permit excluded uses. That's the standalone office, commercial, and institutional uses, provided that they are lawfully established. So Council already responded to these changes in Bill 97. Council adopted 2 OPAs to align the official plan with this new policy framework. That is OPA 668 and OPA 680. 668 was our transition policy that allowed those excluded uses to continue, provided they are lawfully established. And OPA 680 updated the definition for our employment uses in the official plan. So following Council enacting bills for OPA 668 and 680, the province brought forward Ontario Regulation 396-24. And the essence of that OREG was to essentially make the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing the approval authority, whereas Council was the approval authority for those amendments. The amendments were brought under Section 17. That allowed Council to be the decision maker. The province, through this OREG, brought the Minister in as the decision maker. So as a result, OPA 668 and 680 are not in force today. So that brings us to OPA 804. So OPA 804 is the city's response to the OREG. So it's, in other words, a second attempt at addressing Bill 97. So in response to the province, some analysis was undertaken to review the employment areas across the city. And the purpose for that was to identify lands for potential removal from our employment land base. The analysis used the PPS policies to guide the analysis, and it left 2 types of areas that were identified for potential removal. These were, generally speaking, the office parks and areas that don't act as a buffer to more sensitive uses. So the approach, just to elaborate a little bit on that, again, following the PPS, aim to protect our major facilities across the city, avoid adverse impacts on the long-term viability of our employment areas, to maintain land use compatibility between sensitive uses in our employment areas, and of course provide an appropriate transition to sensitive uses in the employment areas. So the findings of that analysis really centered on a few characteristics that were found with all of these areas. For one, there are no or very few major facilities within them. The land use designation is general employment areas, and there is generally a permission for sensitive uses that already exist there. Most of the areas have existing institutional and commercial uses, and they are also planned and function today as office parks. So this is what those areas look like on a map. So you'll notice first that they are all in North York, and there are 4 areas identified. That's Downsview, Consumers, Duncan Mills, and Don Mills. In total, that's about 255 hectares of land. That's a not insignificant amount of land. That's about 2 times the size of the financial district. And it equates to about 3% of the total employment area land base today. So staff's intention through OPA 804 is to take these areas into the regeneration areas designation. The purpose of that is to study them comprehensively. There's a quote from the official plan here from the regeneration areas policies, and the intent is that development does not proceed prior to the approval of a secondary plan. So these are policies we often use in order to study large areas. We want to build complete communities and create a planning framework that allows us to do that. On the right here, you can see one example that we've done in the past, which is the Christie's lands. And how it generally works is the lands go to regeneration areas, that's the brown color there. Studies are undertaken, and it determines that final land use, street and block pattern, along with parks and employment areas in some cases. So I'm going to talk a bit about the specific areas in a little more detail now. First is Consumers. The areas proposed for redesignation are outlined in black. So that's a fairly large area, it's about 60 hectares, and that's the remainder of the general employment designated lands in Consumers. And again, being proposed to regeneration areas. Next is Duncan Mills, again, North York. This area is also fairly large. It's 77 hectares in the black outlined area that's being proposed for redesignation. There is an area to the northeast that is being proposed to be retained as employment because of the presence of major facilities and other primary employment uses. So again, this area would be proposed to go to regeneration areas. Finally, Don Mills, the proposed redesignation area is about 83 hectares. There is a segment that is being proposed to go to institutional areas. That's the Aga Khan lands to the southeast there, outlined in blue. And Downsview is a little different. So Downsview is being proposed to go to institutional uses, just in that triangular portion there in the blue, and a couple of the squares to the west there. The purpose for that is that the lands really function more as an institutional use already. Centennial College is on the lands. This would allow them to do things like build student housing. So I'm going to talk a bit about some of the policy details in 804. So a couple things that it's intended to do. This is, again, a bit of a callback to OPAs 668 and 680. One thing we want to do is continue to allow those lawfully established uses in our employment areas to continue. That's, again, consistent with OPA 668. And second is to align our official plan policies so that our designations are consistent with the new definition in the Planning Act. A couple differences from 680 is we've removed permissions for things like vehicle service and repair, parks, and then services that are not ancillary to the primary employment use. And that's, again, just to make sure it's very tightly aligned with the Planning Act definition. So also within OP 804 are a number of SASPs, or site and area specific policies. So these are sort of the rules of the road for each of those study areas we just looked at. So the consumers, Duncan Mills and Don Mills. So for each of them, again, they are proposed to be redesignated to regeneration areas. Through these policies, it elaborates that residential uses are not permitted until a study is complete. Further, it says that general employment uses can continue to be permitted, which means you can bring in applications and proposals for employment uses in the meantime until the study is done. There's also a minimum amount of non-residential uses that are prescribed in the policy, and that's about 15% of the gross floor area, or 1 times the area of the lands. And that'll be further detailed through the study work where that requirement is located. Finally, there's a housing plan that's required in each of the SASPs. And the housing plan outlines a study approach to ensure that there's a full range of housing for each of the areas. That includes affordable housing. Here's just a more detailed look at what some of those studies are for each of the SASPs. It includes phasing plans, a public realm strategy, transportation plans, a commercial demand analysis, infrastructure. And this is to ensure that we are, in fact, building complete communities for these areas that were not previously planned for all of these types of uses. So just to summarize all of that, OP 804 really does 3 things. The first is it aligns our definition with the new provincial definition in the Act. The second is that it permits lawfully established excluded uses, so commercial and institutional, to continue. So it transitions those uses into the future. And finally, for those areas that we've identified for regeneration, it allows us to plan and study for complete communities through that redesignation process. Just a bit of a timeline here for you. So today, we're here May 8th, Planning and Housing Committee. This will go forward to City Council if the committee adopts. And if City Council adopts this amendment, it would go to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for approval in early June. And I should mention, this is as a Section 26 report, a amendment where the minister is the approval authority. So the minister's decision would be final and not subject to appeal. Finally, that minister's decision, upon the minister approving this, the city would start to undertake those local area studies to update or propose new secondary plans. And that is the end of the presentation.
Thank you. We'll do questions of Kyle and other staff after we hear from deputants, okay? Yeah, good. All right, with that, let us move to our deputants. First listed, a regular here at Planning and Housing, Mr. Adam Brown.
Council, I did have some slides that I submitted that hopefully you can put up on the screen, if that's possible. And I can introduce Sean Brown, who's a lawyer at my office.
Before we start, so they've been circulated to us, but we don't have them programmed in to show. If you want to put stuff up either through your laptop or using the projector, you can do that instead.
Let me see if this works on the projector, because it's 8.5.
Yeah?
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Go ahead.
So before I go, so I'm here on behalf of a specific site. Specific site is 235 to 245 Yorkland Boulevard. What you can see on the overhead is the location of the site in your Consumers Next area. Shepherd Avenue, Victoria Park, Yorkland Boulevard, and the site has the stars on it, right next to the 404, the DVP. And if I take you to our site, this had a complete application filed and accepted by the city in 2025 February. The site has enough land area to provide 20% of the area of the site as public park. It has an additional 46.3% that we can have as green and public open space throughout the site. It has the ability to accommodate just shy of 1.5 million square feet of residential development. And it also has the ability to maintain the 12-story existing office building on the site. And I want to say to you that this is a site that I would say to you is in an area that ought to have been for some time reconsidered to be a mixed-use designation. And the reason I say that is its locational attributes, the highways, the transit on Shepherd, and the fact that there is mixed-use development, as you can see in the red. And I'm going to stop for a minute. One Herons Way went through an employment conversion, despite the fact I would say this is not really an employment area the way you would think that you would have one, and now complies with the new definitions, and they went to mixed use. So I'll stop. Our request is, this recommendation before you says we should be a regeneration area. We say that with the complete application and reports we submitted, it ought to be mixed use, just like they did with the one Herons Hill Way application. If you take a look at sort of what you see on the ground, this is not an employment area with any incompatible industrial or employment uses like you would see in a typical employment area, the way we would think of it in the past. This is not an employment area when you take a look at the fact that inside it and on the edge are residential condominium developments, car dealerships, 2 of them sort of right in the internal area. And again, I've showed you the locational attributes. So, and this is just a massing model that we had presented as part of our application for the official plan amendment that was deemed complete. So I want to address sort of the timing of where we're at. 2022, we had provincial direction about building homes faster. Designating us as a regeneration area after we've completed a full application submission with all the reports and saying, let's go through another study after we do this, to me doesn't make sense if we're trying to build homes faster. We have the myriad of reports in. We don't need to do a more extensive report than we all already do through the normal official plan amendment and rezoning process and site plan process. And your process works well. I'll say that, and I say it all the time. The planning department processes applications, in my estimation, in a very expeditious, meaningful, and quick way in my experience over the last number of years. They've done a great job. There's no reason to then do another study. We've given a complete application with, I would say, close to 7 figures of reports, because that's what it takes to get an application deemed complete in the city. 2023, the Planning Act changes of area employment. Bill 97, a specific direction. We comply. We are not an area for conversion. 2024 directs you in the PPS to encourage a mix of uses. So when we have an encouragement of a mix of uses in the PPS and a mixed use designation, you ought not to designate as regeneration to say, let's consider it and do another study. That doesn't make sense. You also have in your proposed official plan amendment before you today, inclusionary zoning provisions about affordable housing. That's not the place for affordable housing provisions. And I'm not saying to you that we ought not to have affordable housing provisions that the province and the city and various municipalities need to work on, but it's not supposed to be in this OPA, and it is. Requirements for affordable housing as a precondition of any development doesn't make sense in this particular OPA. And then the final comment I'll make is there's a requirement, a presupposing of how much office use should be on the site. That's not what the PPS, that's not what the provincial direction has said. And this document says you should have, before you can have any residential, 15%. 15% of the GFA to be office before you do residential. That makes no sense for a couple of reasons. It doesn't comply, it doesn't follow, it doesn't implement the PPS, Bill 97, 2022, doesn't build things faster, it's not economically viable or reasonable, and there's a reason these parks aren't working. There is no demand for office uses in these areas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for coming and sharing that with us today.
Thank you.
The next deputant I have listed is Robert Walter Joseph. Robert, I understand you're online. Can you hear me?
I am. Yes, I can.
Welcome. So Robert, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Chair and members of committee. My name is Robert Walter Joseph. I'm a principal and planner with Gladkey Planning Associates. I'm speaking here today on behalf of my client, the Duke Heights BIA. As you're aware, Duke Heights is a large BIA and home to more than 4,000 businesses, which support over 32,000 people here in Toronto. Duke Heights is an area comprised of many designated employment areas, and we've reviewed OPA 804 and the staff report. And while we support the city's intent to make the official plan consistent with the provincial planning statement and Bill 97, we remain deeply concerned that the amendment does not provide the clarity needed for stable and predictable land use planning in Toronto's employment areas. The use of the transition provisions and the interpretation of the term lawfully established presents an ongoing challenge. While the city has communicated its intended interpretation, we fear that this interpretation is not aligned with common legal or planning understandings and is not embedded in the language of the OPA itself as a measure to ensure a common interpretation. As a result, landowners and businesses continue to face uncertainty in making leasing, development, and investment decisions. This lack of clarity may introduce additional administrative burdens, particularly if applicants are required to demonstrate lawfully established status as part of zoning or permitting processes under applicable law. This slight lack of clarity may have the potential to have an outsized impact. The city's own background material shows that 13% of all jobs in Toronto, that's over 190,000 jobs, exist in uses that are no longer captured under the new area of employment definition. These include standalone office, retail, medical, institutional, and service uses, many of which are concentrated in general employment areas in places like Duke Heights. As OPA 804 is being adopted under, or proposed for adoption under Section 26 of the Planning Act, and requires the approval of the minister, the city now has the opportunity to seek to provide additional alignment and clarity in this interpretation and approach. Our requests include that the city request clarification from the province regarding the interpretation of lawfully established under the definition in the Planning Act, that the city offer its own interpretation and embed this language directly into the OPA to ensure that uses permitted under zoning and official plans as of October 19th, 2024, prior to the transition being brought into place, are clearly understood to be lawfully established and as of right, and to remove any potential for additional burden on individual applicants. And to consider as part of the ongoing implementation process, the expanded study and review of employment areas, particularly general employment areas, to evaluate whether specific updates are warranted. Our letter submission includes more detailed recommendations as they apply to the built context within Duke Heights, but these areas would include parts of Finch Avenue West, west of Dufferin Street, Shepherd Avenue, near Jamesbury Station, the Allen Dufferin corridor, and in addition, the city should consider reevaluating the Keel-Finch Plus secondary plan area in light of these updated policy directions. Our office is located at Spadina and Dundas. Previously, we were just down the street at Spadina and Richmond. Both are neighborhoods that are interesting and vibrant parts of Toronto that owe their vitality to proactive planning undertaken as part of the two Kings regeneration areas. On our shelves in the office, we keep copies of City Plan 91 and all of its supporting studies, including the Future City of Industry study, which took a long-term proactive evidence-based approach to guiding employment land policy in response to structural shifts and exogenous economic impacts during the late 1980s. This approach laid the foundation for more flexible and responsive employment planning in the decades that followed, both protecting strategic employment land and providing opportunity for new and continued investments. Those efforts have helped secure Toronto's employment land base while allowing for targeted transformation. What's needed now is the same: clear and confident land use framework that evolves with the economy, earns the trust of businesses and residents, and provides stability in the years to come. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Robert? Robert, thank you for joining the chorus of people who wish they understood what the province meant when it made up new terms.
Thank you.
The next deputant I have is Susan McMurray. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning to the Planning and Housing Committee, councillors, and staff. My name is Susan McMurray. I'm Executive Assistant at the Toronto and York Region Labour Council, which has long been a proponent of retaining as much of Toronto's employment areas as possible. We support the proposed alignment of Toronto's official plan with the new provincial definitions of employment areas. Toronto's employment lands are shrinking. In the 1990s, about 14% of land in the city was classified as employment lands, and today that stands somewhere around 11.6%. That may seem like a small change, but that was actually a 17% reduction in the employment lands. And to be clear, that 11.6% will never increase. As the staff report indicates, employment areas are finite and do not revert back to their economic function once residential uses are permitted. As a result, with any conversion, sometimes called removal or redesignation in today's note, industry and related jobs are permanently lost to the city. These jobs are typically good unionized jobs with benefits, fair wages, and are often filled by those living in the local community. And they contribute to Toronto's overall vibrant economy. If the employer leaves the area, some workers will never have as good a job again, while others who keep their jobs will now have to travel further for that work, increasing road congestion and other negative effects of commuting. Toronto's economy will suffer, and this is not the kind of city we want to live and work in. So the Labour Council supports the proposed alignment because it narrows what's included in the scope of uses, which is in line with what the Labour Council has advocated for on prior occasions, and it excludes new standalone commercial and institutional uses, which we agree with. At the same time, it allows for the continuation of those existing lawfully established uses, which are no longer covered by the definition. And this ensures that existing businesses or organizations are not forced to move or shut down. But the Labour Council opposes the report's second recommendation, which calls for the removal of 255 hectares from employment areas. Instead of removal, the various existing uses of these lands should be permitted to continue as they are for the time that they're in place, not redeveloped or repurposed. And if those uses are discontinued, the land would remain within the employment areas category and be available for other industry. If you review our submission, you'll see a number of points that support our positions. Jobs. Employment areas house about 25% of Toronto's jobs, while they cover about 12% of Toronto's lands. So that's 2 for 1. They're essential to our economic success. Our future. We need to retain employment land for future uses, which we have learned are critically important through lessons from the pandemic, from climate change, and from Trump's trade war. Think local supply chains and green jobs, for example. The housing crisis. Listen, it is clear to everyone that we're in a housing crisis, but anyone who thinks that we can solve that crisis by chipping away at employment areas needs to learn more. One example, 2023 City of Toronto analysis found that of the 79 sites in employment areas that had been converted since 2013, about 10 years, only 20, 1/4, had residential units built on them. Over half of the remaining 40 or so sites had already been sold by the owner who requested the conversion. Profits made, little housing provided. Domino effect. Employment areas typically host industrial uses, which are often noisy, smelly, lots of traffic, and may carry on late into the night or 24 hours a day. When parts of employment areas are carved out for mixed use or residential, and new residents or customers encounter the industries right around the corner from them, they complain, often rightfully, about their concerns, and the original industrial users get pushed out. Toronto clearly needs housing, services, schools, community benefits, etc., but there is land available for housing and services without converting any more employment areas and losing future opportunities for a strong and resilient Toronto economy. Now's the time to draw a line in the sand. No more conversions, no more removals, no more redesignations. We must protect our existing employment areas on an ongoing basis. So, in summary, the Toronto and York Region Labour Council supports the proposed alignment of Toronto's official plan with the new provincial definitions of employment areas and opposes redesignation of another 255 hectares. Thank you for your time and work today.
Thank you. Susan, I know that the Labour Council has been involved in some of the conversations and some of the tables that have been established about how we reorganize our economy during a trade war. Has the topic of protecting employment lands been part of those conversations?
Absolutely. And, you know, it's interesting, the bedfellows in that, right? There's a whole range of opinions about protecting employment lands and I think the Toronto Board of Trade is going to be deputing later on. So there's a whole host of organizations, groups that think it's really important. You know, I would liken it, this is not an employment area issue, but R.C. Harris, who was the public works guru many years ago, he was a city builder. He was like a future thinker. He recognized that we needed to think about what the city's needs were going to be in the future. So when he designed and had the Bloor-Danforth Viaduct built, he made sure that it included the opportunity for a subway to travel underneath it, even though that wasn't going to be in place for, you know, dozens more years. So it's that kind of future thinking that we need to hold with these employment areas. As the staff report says, employment areas are finite, they don't come back.
Thank you. Are there other questions? No? Susan, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Graham Barrett? Hi, Graham.
Committee, Mr. Chair, staff. My name is Graham Barrett. I'm a planner at Bousfields. I'm here to speak on behalf of our clients, Group Mach, who own 2225, 2235, and 2255 Shepherd Avenue East. These are known as the Atria lands. It represents a significant landholding within the Consumer's Next secondary plan area. Our client is keenly interested in intensifying the lands via mixed-use residential redevelopment, and they're currently in the process of moving forward with a proposal that will result in new housing, and that's happening right now. Discussions have been had with city staff, and pre-application consultation meeting is scheduled for later this month. The northern portion of the site along Shepherd Avenue East is currently designated mixed-use areas. The northwest quadrant of the block, which is not owned by our client, has been redeveloped with 4 residential buildings ranging in height from 8 to 43 stories. There are numerous residential and mixed-use redevelopment proposals and approvals in the immediate area, including directly to the east. Now, the southern portion of this site is currently designated general employment areas, and it's proposed to be redesignated to regeneration areas through SASP 10.4 and draft OPA 804. Now, phase 1 of our client's proposal contemplates residential intensification on a portion of these lands. So we're generally supportive of the direction of OPA 804, and we appreciate the proposal to redesignate the southern portion of our client's lands to regeneration areas. However, we do have several concerns, namely policy 10.4B, which provides that no form of residential uses are permitted prior to the adoption of new or updated secondary plan policies that follow the completion of a local area study. Now, the lack of specificity and certainty regarding timing for this is concerning. It's likely that it would take years to complete the required studies and prepare a new or updated secondary plan, not to mention additional delays if and when that secondary plan is appealed. We're also concerned that this may not align with provincial policy direction provided in the PPS, which emphasizes the importance of building housing to serve a fast-growing province. This proposed policy has the potential to delay the province's goal, particularly for landowners who are already ready to advance development applications. And the lack of a time horizon and any control over the process makes it difficult for them to plan accordingly. We also have concerns about policy 10.4C, which is requiring that the greater of 15% of the total GFA on the lands or 1.0 times the area of the site, excluding conveyances, be provided for non-residential uses. We're generally supportive of the intent of this policy, but it requires clarity regarding how existing non-residential GFA will be considered. For example, our client is proposing to retain a significant amount of existing office space on their lands, and this GFA should be considered when calculating the required minimum percentage of non-residential GFA, and it should also count toward that requirement. So we'd like to see some clarity in language in the OPA regarding that. And in addition, rather than requiring a set percentage of a site's area or a predetermined percentage of total GFA to be provided as non-res, this requirement should be determined based on findings of a commercial demand analysis as required by policy 10.4D 11. We have a few additional concerns regarding potential redundancies of requiring an array of studies in an area that has already been studied recently and extensively. We also have concerns regarding the proposed affordable housing policy in the area, which may have the potential to impede rather than encourage the construction of new housing. And we also have concerns about the lack of appeal rights and the absence of justification for this. But to sum up, Consumers Road is an example of a prototypical area that should be freed up for new housing development. We share the city's objective of seeing mixed-use development in the area, but we're of the opinion that several of the policies in OPA 804 will result in unnecessary delays, challenges, and roadblocks that will ultimately have the effect of stifling housing growth, contrary to the city's goals and provincial direction. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope, seeing none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Finjo Gombi? Gambu? I am so sorry. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Perks and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Finjo Gambu, and I'm a Director of Place-Based Research with the Toronto Region Board of Trade. On behalf of our 11,500 members, the board welcomes the opportunity to depute on the proposed employment lands OPA. 2 years ago, when the board first deputed on this matter, we said that securing the future of employment lands in the Toronto region was a board priority, and it remains the case today. So too, it goes without saying, is the equally pressing need to build all types of housing quickly across the region. Back then, our report titled Race for Space, raised alarms over proposed provincial policy and regulatory changes, including Bill 97 and the updated provincial planning statement, which have since come into effect. Our position then and now is that the far-reaching changes without a thorough understanding of regional impact, including, for example, the definition of employment areas, to name just one example, has unintended consequences. It also undermines business confidence to make investment decisions about whether to locate or expand in our region. Worse, it could prompt existing businesses to relocate, including across the border. This is a concern that we've heard repeatedly from our members, including most recently during a symposium we held in December on employment lands, and in many other forums. Back in 2023, the board identified over 700 conversion requests on employment lands across the region, a number that has likely grown. This matters because our own research shows that employment lands in the Toronto region support 1.5 million jobs, including 88% of the region's high-paying manufacturing jobs. When these lands are gone, the jobs go with them, something that we are acutely aware of in these uncertain economic times, as Canada undergoes a broader reset of its own economic strategy and trade relationships. All of this just to provide some context on our thoughts on OPA 804. The board acknowledges that it is being brought forward by the city to conform to provincial policy and regulation, particularly the provisions, as we know, about commercial office exclusion, et cetera, et cetera. But the board's view is that the process that is unfolding currently is far from optimal. Transitioning 255 hectares of employment land on which about 41,000 jobs, or 10% of the city's employment land jobs, are located is no small matter. Some areas we understand, like Downsview, are already in transition. But in others, including the ones you have chosen to transition, and in other situations yet to be considered, the potential for upheaval and confusion is very real. Many questions remain, including the rights of existing businesses to continue operating, the compatibility of future uses, and the precedent that this sets for future conversion requests. That's why the board continues to call for a pause on all conversions until clearer guardrails are in place and a full review and analysis of these impacts of these policy and regulatory changes is completed, hopefully at a regional scale. The province and the municipalities each have a role to play. There is still time to work together to provide the long-term clarity and certainty needed for business investment and economic growth. because too much is at stake. Fragmented approaches like OPA 804 will not deliver the consistency or the confidence that businesses need to expand and expand in our region. Tools like ministers' zoning orders, even when used to protect employment lands, are unpredictable. They are not a suitable replacement for a robust regional employment and industrial land strategy, one that reflects infrastructure, policy, and economic considerations across jurisdictions. All of this only reinforces the need for a reset. What we called for a few years ago when we did our report and since still holds true. We need a regional employment lands inventory with clear and consistent criteria to identify which lands must be protected and where flexibility, including for housing, may exist. We need a process to evaluate the cumulative impact of conversion proposals through a consolidated region-wide review that balances housing and economic priorities. We need a provincially significant employment zones like framework, whatever it is, backed by something, by policy and regulation, with strong buffers and transition zones to protect critical employment lands for the long term. This is about balance. We need to build more homes, but we also need to protect jobs and businesses and industries that make our region work and prosper. Thank you. I would be pleased to answer your questions.
If I could just maybe ask you a couple of questions. You talked about how the upheaval puts investment at risk. Could you give me, just sort of explain that a bit more?
Well, when we talk to our members and when we talk to businesses, and we've talked to many over the years on this particular issue, the decision to make the decision to invest is not a small one. I mean, like when a company decides, say, like to say, I'm going to open a plant in Scarborough or something, or wherever, you know, it could be hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, they need a certain kind of understanding that the land use regime is stable, that 3 years from now, a condominium board may not be complaining about traffic. They have to put in noise mitigation, you know, like measures. I mean, there's endless sort of reviews and consultations and conflicts. It's the overall kind of like, they look at everything. I mean, it's not just a place that they think is good. I mean, they have to think, is there a workforce? Is there going to be future conflicts? How stable is this? Is this going to be appealed? You know, like all of these things and can weigh into somebody's decision whether to locate or expand.
So for example, the minister having the authority to, without consultation, just decide and having no appeal rights, is that the kind of uncertainty you're talking about?
Well, the board's position on this has been very public, which is that that MZOs or even sort of a site-by-site can be ad hoc and arbitrary. Okay? And so what's more important is to have a stable regional land use regime, right? That engenders confidence for all businesses.
So many of us on council were quite alarmed when the previous official plan amendments we approved to try to stabilize the situation were just unilaterally turned down by the province. If you're arguing for a transparent and predictable planning regime, we shouldn't be seeing that kind of thing happen, should we?
Well, the board's position has been clearly stated. I mean, we've done it in public statements, we've done it in our ERO submissions, we've done it in our symposiums, we've done it in our reports. That a stable land use regime is preferable to a site-by-site, ad hoc, arbitrary process.
And, you know, there's a lot of talk now, and I think it's good and important talk about how Canada has to retool to start to, you know, reinvest in industry here. I'm curious, is it possible to buy Canadian if we don't have anywhere to make Canadian?
The board's view on the protection of employment lands I think is that any industrial strategy, any economic strategy has to have an underpinning where there are businesses that are able to produce the goods that are going to be part of that strategy. And I think that's our focus, when it comes to this particular thing, to ensure that it is done to the maximum.
Okay. And final question. I know that there's still a lot of live conversations about the specific OPA we have now, but I think all of us agree that it's important we get something in place fast, because right now there are no rules. Do you agree with that?
I mean, another way to look at it is that if you set something in place, it could potentially cause even more people.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much for your deputation. Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you. Richard McFarlane. Richard, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Welcome, Richard. You've got 5 minutes. I'm hearing you loud and clear. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the chair and members of the Planning Housing Committee and city staff for having me here. I've been 20 years challenging planning and development issues, more or less at Yonge and Eglinton when I was a homeowner, and since 2013 at Winford Concord District, which is part of the land rate redesignation, as you can see, Don Valley North. We have some concerns as residents in the Winford Concord area about overdevelopment. We have at least 4 major condominium development appeals. The most recent one was going to go to a 5.5-week appeal hearing, and now is, I would think, under mediation, because I haven't heard anything. They were supposed to schedule to start March 31st, and there's been no word. I suspect it's gone to mediation owing to the extraordinary cost of a 5-week hearing. We feel that the province has disregarded some of our policies and guidelines in the official plan. And we also feel that the developer lawyers are disregarding us as well. For instance, Michael Goldberg at the latest Ontario Land Tribunal appeal said that the focused area studies are not, the developer is not subject to any guidelines or recommendations coming from, say, the Winford Concord focused area study. That makes our study virtually worthless when there's an appeal hearing. I would strongly recommend that city planning, in conjunction with council and committees, review the strength of our policies and guidelines and really come up with something that is challenging to the province. We have to stand up to provincial legislation. I know it's tough. I know that the province rules under the Planning Act. I also know that the Planning Act, one of the requirements is that people understand the planning process in any development appeal or application. Hence, the need and requirement for a statutory public meeting. But I believe it goes beyond that. We are not planning complete communities. We're going backwards. We're actually approving high-rise condo developments in our Winford Concord area, for instance, 8 high-rise towers right across the road from where I live on a 10-story building. And we don't have the requisite facilities and services to support that high density. We're already over density. So I would ask committee to give serious consideration about this land redesignation, whether it's sort of providing that adequate balance in the community. And one representative example is the Superstore near Don Mills Road and Winford Drive. Is that going to be the subject of high-rise development? And I would remind everyone on the committee that the city lawyers who defend the city perspective, in particular Mark Crawford, who I feel is one of the finest city lawyers, he told the developers at the Harborfront appeal, February 2018, just because the city or the province designates high-rise development within 800 meters doesn't mean it's an automatic. And I feel that it's too much the province is dictating what we are supposed to do. In fact, it should be a made in Toronto solution, not a made at Queen's Park solution. I think we require more leadership. I think we require strategic pushback to make sure that we are planners of our own house, that official plan policies and guidelines have meaning. In fact, Adam Brown several years ago said, just because it's outside or inside the growth center, it doesn't matter to me as a lawyer. And he chastised the Ratepayer Association member, Tom Cohen, for his presentation. And I found that, quite frankly, very disrespectful. He also misrepresented case law at a hearing and said there was virtually no opposition to a St. Clement severance in the 1990s. I looked it up. Such was the extent of opposition that the owner had a heart attack and they had to adjourn the OMB hearing. So that's an example of the adversarial nature of these appeal hearings. And this has to stop. So that's my presentation for today. I thank you very much, and I applaud the city for their initiatives, but I wish we would stand up more for local planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Are there any questions for Richard? No, Richard, thank you for your deputation today.
Thank you.
And the next person I have listed is Paul Scrivener. Paul, welcome once again.
Here we are. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Paul Scrivener, and I'm the Director of External Relations for the Toronto Industry Network. And joining me today virtually is Christian Chan, who is our consulting planner. What we are asking today is that this committee recommend to Council two motions that are contained in our letter that we sent late last night. And these motions will help facilitate the intent of OPA 804. The motions were developed in close consultation with planning staff. There was a lot of toing and froing, but I think this will help mitigate a very bad situation. Planning staff has had an unenviable task to try and accommodate the provincial directives in aligning the official plan with Bill 97's areas of employment through OPA 804, and we appreciate their efforts in the brief timeline allocated. Our concern is that the conversions proposed through OPA 804 will strip all existing industries in the proposed regeneration areas of their rights of appeal under the Planning Act, because they will no longer be located within an area of employment, a criteria for being considered a specified person, and will render the compatibility policy protections of the official plan non-applicable to them. This will create further uncertainty for industry. OPA 804 will have an effect on industrial investment in those regeneration areas, and there will be no ability to attract new industry to locate within them. And you've heard from other speakers about this certainty issue. This is a major, major issue now, and it's affecting our members. None of our members are in these regeneration areas, but they are paying close attention, and that's why we're here today. It's a very dampening thing, and when we look at all the pressures that are going on in terms of our trade relationships and so on, this is something we have to pay attention to. As drafted, there are no new policies or processes being introduced in the OPA 804 to compensate for the loss of rights and protections for existing and future industries. This is why TIN has provided the recommended motions. Now is not the time to be throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. As I mentioned, COVID and the ongoing tariff situation underline the need to bring home manufacturing to Canada, to Toronto, and make things here. We need to plan for manufacturing in the future, and The Labor Council touched on that, and we don't know what it's going to look like 20 years from now, but we don't have the land to accommodate it. It's a self-defeating policy. And exporting jobs to the GTA is not the answer. We need jobs here in Toronto. And to do that, industry and manufacturing needs land use certainty and policy protection for existing and future industries, and an adequate supply of suitable land for future employment growth. You've heard about the loss of employment land over the last 14 or so years. The further loss of 255 hectares is appalling. Toronto's employment areas have been further eroded by the elimination of provincially significant employment zones that were once in the growth plan, but are not present in the new PPS 2024. All the land needs assessments that the city has undertaken stress that all employment area designated lands must be protected to accommodate future employment growth, and that no additional land is needed to accommodate residential growth. And this has been said time and time again. Yet more and more employment lands are being requested to be converted to land use designations that permit residential development. Any employment area that may be targeted for conversion requests, if they are characterized by non-residential employment uses and no land needs assessment is necessary, the PPS now allows.
You're at 5 minutes.
Yeah.
If you could just wrap up.
I would just say thank you very much for your attention. One thing, well, I'll take questions. There we go.
Paul, my first question is, what's that one thing?
So it is said that there are very few major facilities in these employment lands that are to be given over. In the Duncan Mills one, south of York Mills, at Les Mill, is an outfit called Rogers Communications, which has a massive telecommunications facility there. And they also house a number of their customer service trucks. I think we'd missed that somehow. And all their satellites are pointed in a certain direction, everything. It is quite an impressive facility. Employs hundreds of people. The service trucks are serviced by a local garage, a 12-bay garage, a family business. I'm sure that they would miss Rogers not being there, and Rogers would miss them not being there. And garages are messy, noisy, places with outside storage. If I have a condo beside that, I wouldn't be happy.
Thank you. You know, we've heard from a whole variety of voices here today, and I'm pretty sure I'm hearing you joining the chorus, which is the uncertainty that the changes in provincial law have created is an impediment to investment. Is that a fair summary?
That's correct.
Thank you. You've submitted a letter with a couple of motions in it, and you mentioned that you had worked with staff.
Yes.
The purpose of those is not to delay implementing some kind of protection, but rather to continue the conversation about how we do that. Is that a fair summary?
That's correct.
Okay.
And yeah, we're on the same page in that regard, and we look forward to working further with staff.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Paul? No? Seeing none? As always, thank you for your thoughts today.
You're welcome.
Next, I have Christian Chan.
Christian was to supply a resource for us. Okay.
All right. We'll move right along then. Brandon Stevens. Good morning, Brandon. Morning. Welcome to the Planning and Housing Committee.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'll make my remarks quite brief. My name is Brandon Stevens. I'm a partner with Johnson Latavsky Planning Consultants. So as detailed in the letter from Ira Kagan of Kagan Shastri, our client, Public Storage, has similar concerns that have already been raised about whether OPA 804 reflects the true intent of the changes made by the province. More specifically, while we appreciate and acknowledge the city has begun their work to review employment areas in light of the revised definition of areas of employment in the Planning Act, we believe that this review should be of all employment areas rather than the more scoped review that has taken place to date. Our client, Public Storage, is particularly concerned about one specific property, 4120 Finch Avenue East. This property is located on the north side of Finch, between Kennedy Road and Midland Avenue. Through the latest MCR process, the city has received numerous requests to convert employment lands to non-residential uses. In response, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs approved with modifications OPA 653. This OPA redesignated nearly all of the lands of the other properties in the surrounding area from general employment to regeneration, with the notable exception of our clients' lands. I note that the lands are closest to and immediately adjacent to the future Finch Kennedy GO station. To that end, we request the following: that OPA 804 is modified to give the public storage lands the same land use designation as its immediate neighbors, and that as a matter of fairness and in recognition of the clergy principle, 804 is modified to make it clear that it does not apply to lands which, prior to OPA 804 being approved by the minister, had filed a complete application for redesignation that proposes residential uses, or prior to 804 being adopted by City Council, had attended a pre-application consultation meeting for an OPA which proposes redesignation to permit residential uses. And I would note that our team has recently submitted a PAC application, which I understand from speaking with staff that will very soon be scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Nope, seeing none. Thank you for coming today. The final deputant I have listed is Jeff Cattell. I don't see Jeff in the room. Is he online? Jeff, can you hear me?
Yes.
Welcome, Jeff. You know the drill. Start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. And my name is Jeff Cattell. I'm co-chair of the Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations. And I'm kind of, the last hitter here because this, frankly, is an issue that goes beyond a few economic in stakeholders. It goes beyond the industries. It goes beyond the developers who want conversions. It ultimately affects all residents, all citizens of our city, especially in light, as mentioned by Tim, the impact of a move from north-south back to east-west and hopefully reindustrialization of Canada and Ontario's heartland. So we support obviously we're forced into this situation of responding to the province. So we support the realignment of the definitions, but we do not support sort of a lukewarm conversion process. That, as indicated, that's highly problematic, creating instability. We share the concerns expressed by TIN and by the Labour Council about the conversion to regeneration areas of 4 areas. This will lead simply to further conversion. Why were these chosen? There's lots of issues around that. We also share TIN's concern about the effect on investment in the industry. We need to protect our employment lands and step up that approach in order to prevent financialization of the lands and keep prices down of land for industrial uses, support revitalization of our employment lands for jobs, for good jobs. Also note an earlier comment by Adam Brown agreeing that why are we talking about affordable housing in an employment lands report? Does not make sense. And it can probably be used to argue for the wrong argument. Not to argue for conversion. We should be arguing to maintain the lands, and whether it's affordable or not is really not the issue. And it does not provide, as indicated by many spokespeople, it does not provide stability. The lawfully established issue is problematic. I'm hearing this from the Leaside Business Park in spades. It's upheaval, it's confusion, it's fragmented approach. So what do we do? And frankly, the community consultation for this particular area has been minimal. The report indicates that there was one meeting virtually for 1 hour only. That was a public hearing. That is not broad, effective public consultation. There needs to be a much broader understanding among residents of this issue, and that has not been allowed to happen. So we would think that this needs to be deferred for further consultation, and maybe the tin proposal, working with staff, maybe that's what we should be going with. But it's definitely clear that this should not just be approved by council carte blanche, and it deserves a lot more study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Jeff? No? Jeff, thank you very much. Members, let's move to questions of staff. Are there questions? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Can anyone tell me what the minimum percentage of land we need in Toronto to be reserved as employment land in order to sort of keep our economy going? Do we have that figure?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So what's being proposed today is to convert about 3% of the employment land base and allow the remaining 7,338 hectares to be retained as employment lands.
But what's the minimum number that we need in order for our employment, that sector of our economy to be viable? Do we know that? Do we have that figure?
Yeah. Through the chair, I'm going to pass this to our colleagues in economic development.
The chair. The recently developed economic action plan for the City of Toronto calls for the preservation of all employment lands and, in fact, their intensification by a factor of 5. We have a target of 50 jobs per hectare on employment lands that is calibrated based on the 450,000 new jobs we anticipate the city will need to create in the next 25 years based on population growth models.
So the figure is we need to protect all the employment lands that we currently have?
Yes, and intensify their use.
Okay. So, so then just for clarification, why is staff recommending that we remove 255 hectares?
Through the chair, the lands identified are all general employment areas. They generally have a different characteristic than the other employment areas that host the majority of the city's primary employment uses. So in staff's opinion, the lands being proposed for redesignation already have a character that includes things like sensitive permissions for daycares and the like, and are generally different in character to our other employment areas.
So couldn't we just reclassify these as employment areas that the other employment existing areas that we have, the sort of heavy industrial use? Like, is there a reason that we're going mixed use?
Through the chair, these are not going to go to mixed use, they're going to go to regeneration.
Regeneration, which the eventual goal that they be mixed use.
The eventual goal is to be determined through those study processes. There are lands that in the past we've retained as employment, for example, and thinking of Don Mills Crossing or in Christie's. So that's something that will get looked at through the study.
But generally, when you do a regeneration study, you lose employment land.
Through the chair, in many cases, yes, but not in every case.
Not in every case. It's likely that through these regeneration studies, we will lose employment lands in the 4 identified areas, correct?
That's correct.
So why did we go this route rather than just retaining them as a different category of employment area?
Through the chair, there isn't an employment land category that we can use that would align with the province's new definition of employment area and allow us to retain them. The purpose of this report is to remove certain lands in order to align with that new definition, which, as we've mentioned, excludes a number of uses that have normally been included as part of our employment areas.
So if staff, again, going back to what economic development is saying, if staff are recommending that we keep all the existing employment lands, is it possible that through the regeneration study, we will come back to the conclusion that they should all be retained as employment lands?
Through the chair, I don't want to predetermine a study outcome, but I think it is likely that there will be at least some employment lands that are retained through that process.
Do we have a figure as to what we should be aiming for?
Through the chair, no, though we do have requirements for non-residential uses in those areas, and that's going to include both primary employment uses, but it can also include office and services.
In the study, I think Toronto Industry Network had put forward recommendations asking that further consultation be done with industrial employers in the city. Will that be part of the regeneration study, sort of those consultations and sort of gathering what industry suspects they'll need in order to remain viable in Toronto in terms of employment lands?
Yes, that's a key component of our study process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair Prutz, I'm not a member of the committee, and I tried to get on to.
Sorry, I didn't see you before, Councillor Prutz, so you go ahead.
Perfect, thank you so much. Got a couple of questions for staff. I just want to focus in on the submission made by Gladkey Associates as it relates to the Duke Heights Employment Area District. So in their submission, they raise a couple of serious concerns, with respect to the definition of lawfully established compared to as of right. The fact that the changing in the rules has created a great deal of uncertainty for businesses and for businesses and their leaseholders and property owners and so on. And they also make a suggestion that we need to continue the dialogue and clear up these gray areas that they have flagged as areas of concern. Can I just get some comment back from staff on the submission here made by Gladkey?
Sure, I'll start. Through the chair, and thank you for the question. Generally speaking, the intent of this amendment is to allow those employment uses, those excluded uses, to continue. And I think part of this question may come down to whether OPA 804 makes those lands in Duke Heights, for example, legal non-conforming. And I'd just like to say that OPA 804 does not make any changes to the zoning bylaw, so that those uses currently permitted in the zoning bylaw will continue to be permitted.
No, I understand that, but they also, as you can appreciate, we've gone through several iterations of this now, as you seek to respond to and to clarify the changes that the province has generated. Essentially, has created a great deal of confusion and uncertainty as it relates to, especially in the general employment areas. And property owners and businesses are rightfully concerned that their current use, if they should lose a tenant or seek to lease to or try to find a new tenant, for example, that they may find themselves offside the rules, and they're really legitimate concerns and really are undermining business confidence. So that's one thing that they raise here that we don't seem to be clearing up. And they make a suggestion here that what we really should do is continue to sort of the dialogue and the review of these uses. Do you agree with that?
Through the chair, Dialogue is absolutely a key part of this work, and as you're aware, we've been working with Duke Heights since the bringing forward of OPA 668 and 680 over the last couple of years. So we will absolutely continue that dialogue. Of course, the city's interest in this OPA is to ensure that our employment policies are consistent with the Planning Act and the Provincial Planning Statement to make sure places like Duke Heights are offered the full certainty that they require.
They also suggest that the 4 districts here, Allen, Dufferin, Finch Avenue, West Shepherd Avenue, be sort of looked at and in terms of their sort of the current uses and potentially they should be reviewed by you or by all of us into something more significant. Do you agree with that?
Through this process, through the review to determine the land selected as part of OPA 804, we did look across the city at all of the city's employment lands. Part of that review looked at understanding where our major facilities across the city are. It also included making sure we understood where our sensitive uses are, both in and outside of our employment areas. And through that review, before you today are the recommendations that we think are appropriate for redesignation.
Okay, and then can I just hear your opinion on how we would proceed to have these 4 areas looked at?
Last question.
Yep.
So Chair, I think I caught that last part of your question, and I believe you're asking about how we're going to proceed with the studies. Is that correct?
No. How we would proceed with having you take a look at these 4 areas and have them reviewed by you.
Yeah, so that would be through the regeneration study process. There's about a dozen study reports that are outlined through the site and area specific policies for each, in addition to all the other official plan policies. So those would be applied through a study process that would be undertaken in a timely manner. We of course know that we don't have time to wait for studies to take multiple years, and so staff's intent is to undertake those quickly.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I just want clarification on the first deputant, Adam Brown, that he mentioned with his application. So his application was submitted in 2024, is that correct?
Through the chair, that is the most recent application on the site. It was submitted in November of 2024. It was then deemed incomplete in December 2024, finally deemed complete on February 10th of this year.
So they would be part of the report as far as further studies, or would they not be exempt from those studies?
Through the chair, that's correct. The intent of these regeneration areas policies and SASPs is to ensure we comprehensively plan for the areas, and this property is located within consumers and the regeneration there. So it forms part of about 60 hectares of land that we would be studying.
Okay. Now, how about the question about the office space? What is the percentage? Now, it's my understanding that because of all the vacant office spaces that we have in Toronto, that we're not requesting a huge percentage in office spaces in these developments?
Through the chair, each of these regeneration areas has a minimum non-residential GFA or gross floor area requirement. Now that could be a lot of different non-residential uses. It could be office, it could be service uses, it could be traditional employment uses. We try not to be too prescriptive in what each applicant brings forward. They of course know their lands better than we do in that regard. All that we require is that we are trying to support complete communities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you. Just I'll be very brief. So page 5 of your report says that there's 4 employment areas in the city that fall under the 2 categories identified and recommended by staff to be redesignated. That's Don Mills, Duncan Mills, Downsview and Consumers Road, how many people employed in these areas in total?
Through the chair, that's a great question. There's about 40,000 employees in those areas today cumulatively.
Sorry, I missed it. Did you say 40?
40,000, yes.
All right, and that's as of, is that a current number, current figure?
That's as of last year, yes.
And will there be any impact on these people during the study process?
So I think this is one of the benefits of the regeneration area study process, is it allows us to carefully plan for those areas to ensure that we are keeping all of those jobs there while allowing for complete communities to develop over time.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's all I needed, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you very much for asking that, Councillor Crescentia. I was going to ask that. In fact, why don't I just underline the point? So we had a system of managing employment lands that had core employment and other options around the edges. And the new rules that the province brought in sort of upset that apple cart a bit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So in order to manage some of the lands we had that were in the apple cart that the province upset, we have to do some of these regeneration studies. Is that fair to say?
That's correct as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, and final question. Mr. Scrivener, in his deputation, made reference to working with you to develop some of the language. You're comfortable with the language that has been presented?
Yes, we are.
And excitingly, I'm going to give you a heads up. I think Councillor Myers is going to move that. Okay. To economic development staff. You know, I kind of facetiously threw it out there that you can't really buy Canadian if you can't make Canadian. Why don't you just sort of riff on that for a while?
To the chair, I have to check my job description, but riffing, yes, since 2009, manufacturing jobs in this city have actually stabilized, and we've seen an uptick since 2022. And many of those factors were cited by deputants today. The Regional Labour Council talking about the need to reshore, integrity of supply chains post-pandemic. And that's certainly been a factor, but I think that's been intensified due to the actions of the U.S. administration on tariffs and other matters. We're seeing a lot of desire to bring particularly essential manufacturing closer to where the needs are. So we anticipate that those trends alone, including other factors like remilitarization in some sectors, may intensify manufacturing even further.
In addition, it's not just that you're close to market, you're close to people who can do those jobs.
Yeah, that is fact. We need to hold these to meet our employment projection jobs. We need to hold these lands for the jobs to have them close to where people live. And in fact, these lands, you know, have not just 87% of the manufacturing jobs, 57% are low barrier to entry. So these are the job belt pathway to good middle class incomes in this city. And 59% are in essential industries, back to your first point.
What do you mean by essential industries?
Industries that in the pandemic would have been deemed essential for the functioning of the economy. You remember even construction, there was a conversation around what parts of the economy were deemed to be essential, both in terms of supporting income and families, as well as the essential goods.
So a number of the deputants we heard from today made a pretty striking comment, which is that the legislation the province has brought in here creates uncertainty and that uncertainty may be a disincentive to investment for the kind of jobs and industries we want to have here. Do you agree with that?
To you as chair, yes, we do agree. Independent of what actions may or may not be taken, for example, in the film sector where they're living with a threat of a tariff, the mere uncertainty that that has introduced is already, it appears, beginning to influence investment decisions. So the market abhors this type of variability and uncertainty, and a number of people spoke to the effect that that will have on investment decisions for this jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Crisanti.
Do you mind just a quick follow-up?
Sure,
I forgot
yeah.
to ask it earlier, and that is back to the timelines in your presentation. I believe it was the last slide. Can you just give me some clarity on how long for the regen studies? So first you're waiting for the provincial approval, and then you start the studies. Is that correct? Maybe you could please.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. However, in the meantime, staff will begin preliminary work and analysis on those areas while we await the minister's decision.
So then what's the overall timeline, start to finish?
Through the chair, we've undergone some efforts to make sure our studies go faster than in the past. So typically for regen studies, like through the ones that were done for MCR 2020, for those conversion areas, we're aiming between 9 months to a year.
A year at the worst?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. I know Councillor Myers wants to speak. You ready? Yeah?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I will be moving the two recommendations worked on by the Toronto Industry Network and the staff for City Council to direct the Chief Planner and ED City Planning in consultation with the GM, Economic Development and Culture, to carry out additional stakeholder consultations with the Toronto Industry Network and major facilities and industrial uses facilities in the employment areas proposed for removal in OPA 804. And City Council direct the Chief Planner and Executive Director City Planning in consultation with the GM Economic Development and Culture to undertake city-led land use compatibility studies to having regard to official plan policies 2.2.45 to 2.2.410 to lead and inform the determination of land uses and the required local area studies to ensure the protection of long-term economic viability of major facilities, industries, and supportive businesses in the proposed regeneration areas of OPA 804, which may include redesignated lands back to employment areas. And I just want to say I am supportive of keeping as many employment areas as possible. Scarborough North is home to the second largest employment area land, the Tapscott employment areas, which is home to major employers such as Canada Post, Amazon, Cerati Sweets, Claire Cosmetics, Yamaha, Whirlpool, Owen Corning, IGI Wax, and we have thousands upon thousands of people living in the area who are dependent on these jobs. Obviously, this area will be under tremendous pressure going forward in the future as we build the new Shepherd and McCowan subway. Right next to the employment area, there's always going to be this pressure to convert these lands to residential or some sort of mixed use. I have experience in this in that as I've become a councillor, I have one business in particular who has just been inundated with nuisance, vexatious complaints from residents that have led to them spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on various studies for noise, smell, and has directly affected their business and has actually affected their viability in that a lot of their expansion now happens in the US because they just can't operate as much as they would like to in Scarborough because of vexatious complaints because they are so close to the residential area. So I think it's hugely important that we work with our industry partners to protect these jobs and to make sure that our residents can have access to good paying a long-term secure employment in the city of Toronto, and they don't have to travel outside of the region in order to find these types of jobs. And with that, I will end my comments. Thank you.
Any questions of the mover? No. Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Okay, I'm going to. Members, I have this very long motion that staff have asked me to move. I tried to get it circulated faster, but we've been fixing words right up to the last minute. It's 5 pages, and almost all of it is adding commas and deleting the word and clarifying language. There's been a lot of conversations. You've heard some of it today, to make sure that the language we're approving today is as clear as possible. If you want, I can pause the meeting for a few minutes and give you a chance to read it, or should I just keep going? Your call. Does it change the intent? Doesn't change the intent anywhere. It's literally.
One for office, why are you changing the word on the office?
Which part?
Well, I don't know, it went going so fast.
Okay, why don't I, to spare Speaker Nunziata's head from aching, give us just a little 5-minute pause. It's up on CMP. If members want to take a look at it, I can give you a printed copy just so you can double check. Okay, we'll do that. Everyone enjoy themselves for 5 minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. And if you have specific questions, hey Kyle, put your hand up. Put your hand up, go ask Kyle.
Yeah, when I glanced at it, office, I couldn't understand.
Where'd Francis? Okay. If I could ask folks to, oh, you need another minute? Okay. Okay, members, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We seem to have lost Councillor Crisanti, but, oh, there he is. Okay. Vince, we're ready to go? Yep. Okay, sorry that we had to take a little pause there, but I wanted to give members a chance to review it and to consult with staff. Now you've all had that opportunity. Are there any questions of me as the mover of that motion? Nope. Okay. Oh, I didn't say anything. I just moved the motion. Why don't I say a couple things? So one of the difficulties of being an elected official at the City of Toronto is that the City of Toronto Act is a piece of provincial legislation, and we often find ourselves at the whims of a provincial government that is neither coherent nor consistent in the way that they approach public policy. I haven't been able to turn on the TV or look on the internet for several weeks now without seeing the Premier of Ontario talking about how important it is that we all pull together to create jobs and strengthen our economy and have one voice as Canada, and that those are really important things for us all to do. And at the same time, one of his ministers is actively firing torpedoes at the most important economic activity in the City of Toronto, which is our jobs belt. Honestly, I do not know if the right hand and the left hand up there at Queen's Park are actually talking to each other, or they're just busy slapping Toronto around for fun. It's infuriating. We all know that the path forward for the City of Toronto and Canada is that we start tooling up to have more domestic production and that we create certainty for investors. The province's actions around employment lands undermine that ability to generate certainty. It undermines our ability to manufacture the things that we want to buy in Canada. It undermines the ability to provide good, well-paid jobs in the City of Toronto. And it undermines the whole Team Canada approach. It's not elbows up, it's foot out so that we trip people. And I'm quite frankly infuriated that the province is putting us through this exercise, and I hope that wiser heads prevail. But nevertheless, here we are. We've tried once to get the province to give us some certainty on employment lands, and they've overturned it. And today we're trying again. I wish I could say that I love everything about what we're doing, but I don't. I'm doing it. The motions that I'm moving today, the things I'm voting for today, are really just a second best. The best would be that we return to an era where we have good, strong protections for our jobs belt. And I want to be clear about what we're protecting them from. I heard the deputants today saying, oh, you know, we have to remove some of the employment lands protections because we're supposed to build housing fast. This has nothing to do with building housing fast. Every single person who pays attention to the state of the condominium market in the City of Toronto and generally in Canada right now knows that when applications are coming in, they're not coming in to get something built in the next 3 to 5 years. Nobody's buying. This is about a paper transaction to create paper profits by changing the underlying designation of the land so that its value jumps. This is what most employment conversions have been in the last couple decades, and it's what most of the asks are today as well. And my ears are just not open to someone claiming that by enriching their clients with a paper transaction, I'm somehow doing something important for the housing problem. The facts on the ground are that the only kind of housing getting new approvals that's actually going to be built is the stuff the City of Toronto is doing, which we're going to be discussing in our next report, building social housing. That's the only stuff that's going to be built in the next couple of years. Or maybe some of the private rental where we've created some incentives. So this is not a good argument to make if you want to get a good hearing here. With that, we have a couple of motions in front of us. Do you want to just take the amendments as a package? All those in favor? And then on the item, I'd like a recorded vote. The item is amended. All those in favor? Councillor Matlow, Councillor Myers, Councillor Perks, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Crescenti, and Councillor Bradford. So that's unanimous. Okay. Now we're going to item 21.3, the development application fee review. We do have a deputant. Alex, I'm pretty sure I saw you. Oh, look at you, you're all in the hot seat ready to go. Put it face up and the AV staff will make sure it's working for you, okay? Alex, it would benefit me and the online audience if you sat so that your voice was picked up through the microphone. Okay, go ahead.
Is it on? Yeah, perfect. Okay, my name's Alex Beheshti. I'm a registered professional planner. I'm also a senior research associate with the Missing Middle Initiative, which is housed at the Smart Prosperity Institute, which itself is affiliated with the University of Ottawa. However, I am deputing to you today, as I have to make clear, as a private resident. So something is going on in Ontario that's either a miracle or it's a mirage, and the City of Toronto is part of this, and within the staff report that I'll be discussing exemplifies this. So in the staff report, I appreciate it's a little bit blurry, so let me see if I can fix this a little bit. It claims that review timelines have increased by 80% compared to the previous 5-year average. Now, a 10% improvement is good, a 20% improvement is really good, a 30% increase is excellent, a 40% increase is amazing, a 50% increase, I've run out of words, a 60% increase, a 70% increase, an 80% increase. That is what's being claimed in the staff report today. This, and just because we have to stay relevant to the topic of the item, this is relevant because the performance improvements being spoken about in the staff report is the justification for the fee changes. So this is entirely relevant. What I would argue is, and I've had a courtesy conversation with staff, is that what is being spoken about is not what I think a lay person would understand. Simply put, what is being compared are statutory timelines for which the rules around have significantly changed over the last few years. And so we're not having an apples to apples comparison. Heck, you're not even comparing a hockey game to a hockey game, you're comparing hockey to basketball. Changing the ways days are counted does not represent an improvement. Now, I want to be clear about something. I'm not claiming there has been no improvement. I've seen improvements, I've publicly spoken about improvements, and I've written about improvements that have happened. But it's about the scale about it that's going on here, and it's about the way that we are presenting evidence for evidence-based policymaking. It's something we all claim to care about. So the argument can be made that you're comparing statutory timelines and there's a technical basis for that, but in this case, being technically correct is the worst kind of correct. If we are in a housing crisis, and it behooves us to treat a housing crisis like a crisis by having good data. Like, that's just the bare minimum. Now, timelines are very contentious. They're very, very contentious. Some changes the province has made have not been helpful with that, but ultimately, home builders and municipalities, they have to come together to find metrics that can be mutually be agreed upon. And I can tell you, having worked with home builders, many of them are quite upset with what they're hearing. And I have to be careful here. I don't represent them, but I have done consultations for them. But many are upset with the way that timelines are being presented. And again, if we are driving to evidence-based approaches, this isn't evidence. And I just want to finally point out that making a claim about such a large scale improvement opens the city up to the accusation by its worst critics that city planning and the development review process has, quite frankly, I don't know what word to use, but other than malpractice that has been occurring over the past few years. I don't believe this. I have friends that work in city planning. I think they do good work. But when you claim something is 80% better, not that people are children, but just to use the analogy, if your child came home one day and asked and said, I'm doing 80% better in school, that doesn't mean they were getting A's the day before, simply put. So where does that 80% number come from? It comes from the city's February 2025 development review. And what it does is it compares applications that were submitted after July 1st, 2023 to applications that were submitted between July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2023. Now, why this awkward delineation? Because of Bill 109. And what did Bill 109 do? It caused municipalities to change the way they count days, as I've previously said. What has happened now is we are talking about this compared to this is now an improvement. That completely ignores the entire PAC process, for which, by the way, home builders have paid money into, and it completely ignores any and all timelines that are associated with that, as well as any issues around receiving a complete application acknowledgement from the city. From an applicant's experience, costs begin the day they start spending $1 on consultants or whomever they need to help them get through the application process. And it ends largely when a decision is made, and then it moves on to the building permit side. But simply saying like, hey, we have moved from looking at the timelines from here to moving to the timelines down here, and that's an improvement, that's not an improvement. And I really need to emphasize, we need to make sure that we have metrics that are based on evidence, and the city needs to do more work to ensure that it fully and holistically understands its development application process and all timelines associated with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I've got a question for you.
Great.
You made reference to the fact that you're often consulting for people in the industry like Build, I believe it is, right?
That's correct, I have previously.
And you said that, you've been having some conversations with some people kind of anecdotally and they're not happy. I'm curious though, if that's the case, why do I have a letter from Build encouraging me to adopt these fees?
Build's focused on the fees, they're not focused on the metrics, I would say. I only got to glance at their letter this morning. I will note that more neighbors did submit a letter, and within that letter, there are several paragraphs that go on about the issues that I'm
No, you made specific reference to people in the industry. More neighbors are not in the industry.
Yeah, so I have not spoken to Build, and I need to be clear about that, and I tried to be clear that this is not a conversation that I have had any sort of dialogue with them about. I have friends, I am a planner, my friends work in the development industry. Folks are pretty frustrated about
So some of your friends are frustrated. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Bradford.
Hey, thanks for the deputation, Alex. I'm not going to try and undermine you with my questions.
No, go for
it. But I just, what would be a better comparison for the metric timelines? I get your point about the legislation and how you can count it a different way, but what would be a more transparent, more honest way to present that information?
Well, things are in motion right now. The province, I think, maybe saw the error in their ways, and they passed Bill 185 in June of 2024. And so the ability for municipalities to now have a requisite PAC process has been eliminated. What I will say about timelines, I know this is not directly answering your question, but I think we need to have a broader conversation, is we need to understand the development application process the way we understand a hockey game. In a hockey game, you don't just know what's going on based off of how many shots have been taken. It's how many goals you've had, how many times you've been in the offensive or defensive zone, how many hits you have. You have all of these statistics that help you paint a picture to understand what happened in that hockey game and what happened through the 82 games of the season. What we really need to do is we need to develop metrics that holistically try to help and understand what is going on with our application processes. So it's not just about timelines. What I would say is I'm not quite sure what the post-Bill 185 world is yet. There's some more studying that folks have to do. but I would like to get above, not over, but above the whole timeline metrics. How long does it take for somebody to get into a complete application? What is the percentage of applicants that provide an initial submission and get to the complete application? Those will tell a very important story about the applicant experience. And I really want to emphasize something. I don't care about any personal home builder and how they personally do through the process, but the application process does represent a significant cost. And if the city cares about getting more homes built faster and cheaper, the application process has to be better understood.
So the way the numbers are presented today and the inclination for some people to stand up and try and take a victory lap on those timelines, is that painting an incomplete picture to Torontonians and perhaps our progress on these files?
I would say it is trying to compare a goal in hockey to a goal in basketball. And we know if you watch a basketball game, a good basketball game is, each side gets 100 points. In hockey, if both sides get 5 points, you have a 10-point game. That's an extraordinary game you've just witnessed. And I think we need to make sure that when we present timeline metrics, that they're grounded in the reality of what's going on. And simply comparing this cohort of Bill 109 applications to the cohort of the 5-year average applications does not represent, I think, an accurate picture. And I'd also like to commend staff because they've been uniquely transparent about the Bill 109 applications, for which we have seen between 40 to 60% rejection rates of site plan applications. I don't know what the rejection rate in the 5-year average applications are, but that's just another example of the sort of statistics that you need to kind of have to start to paint the picture of what's going on.
Right, so getting to a refusal faster is not necessarily helpful.
Yes, we should not conflate making a decision faster with approving housing faster. That I think sometimes when you hear people speak about, it's hard for people without a professional background within the planning world to understand accurately.
Sure. Thanks very much, Alex.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, that's our last deputy. Are there any questions of staff? No? Does anyone wish to speak to the item? No? No one wishes to speak? Okay. I'm just, members, if you look on CMP, yesterday, I think, I posted a letter from the mayor. If we could just put that back up. In staff reviewing the whole chart and all the stuff, it was identified that there's an issue with the fee for removing the H, or the holding bylaw amendment. So I'm moving this amendment that lowers the fee in the attachment for amending the holding bylaw. Okay? Sure. Any questions? No? Okay. Anyone else want to move any motions? No? Okay. So Councillor Bradford, you want a recorded vote on this? On this? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Councillor Matlow, Councillor Myers, Councillor Perks, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Crescenti, Councillor Bradford, that's unanimous. On the item, all those in favor? Councillor Matlow, Councillor Myers, Councillor Perks, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Crescenti. Opposed? Councillor Bradford. Okay, there we go. That takes us to item PH 21.4, Toronto Builds, a policy framework to build more affordable rental homes on public land. Members, I got an email from Rick Amos saying that he wants to remove his name from the list. So our first deputant will be Brian Chung. Brian? Brian, I understand you're online. Can you hear me, Brian? No?
Hello?
Oh, hi, Brian. Welcome.
Hi there. Thank you to Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Brian Chung. I am a board member of More Neighbors Toronto, which is a volunteer-only organization of housing advocates. We believe in building more multifamily homes of all kinds for those who dream of building their lives in Toronto. So on item 21.4, we are very strongly in support of this. It looks like it is a consolidation of a number of different programs and initiatives within the city of Toronto, within the umbrella of a public builder. As the chair has previously spoken, we are in a bit of a down cycle when it comes to private housing being built. And so certainly the fact that the public sector has to step up as a counter-cyclical balance to this is a great step. The one thing we would say is that we certainly hope that there have been obstacles in terms of how fast that housing projects have actually gone forward, and that through this consolidation, through this finding of efficiency processes, we hope that Toronto Builds will be able to do it in a much more effective and efficient manner than may have happened in the past. Something else that we would say is that part of this Toronto Builds seems to have a number of development charge waivers or deferrals, as well as other fees. This seems to be part of a trend of a number of motions and items that have happened over the past 6 months. So perhaps the city might be considering to do that in a more systematic manner across the board, as opposed to doing this in a sort of ad hoc boutique fashion. So that is some of my statements. I'm open for any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Hi, it's Gord. I can't resist. That sounded awfully Keynesian.
I mean, we are a large umbrella organization, so some of us are, Keynesian.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Nope. Thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate it. Next, we have Peter Martin. Hi, Peter. Come on up.
Yes, good morning to everyone on the committee. It's Peter Martin here from the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness. I'm the Housing Solutions Manager. I'll point out that we have a written deputation as well. And firstly, I just want to congratulate the city on rationalizing its affordable housing projects on city-owned land under a single framework, the Toronto Builds framework, which is proposed here. I think it will make it much easier for the nonprofit sector to work in partnership with the city in developing some of these sites more efficiently and effectively and more quickly. In particular, we welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the Housing Development Office and the Housing Secretariat in creating a delivery and governance framework for the Toronto Builds project, as set out in Recommendation 4, and also, of course, to help build capacity in the sector as set out in Recommendation 12. At the same time, we fully endorse the proposal to waive certain fees related to construction, as well as to enter into agreements on parkland at nominal fees, or as set out in recommendations 8, 9, and 10 of the agenda item. At the same time, we are really happy to see recommendation 13, the proposal that the city convey its lands for affordable housing development to Indigenous nonprofit housing organizations. We think that this is a really tangible expression of the commitment the city has to following through on the recommendations for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And at the same time, I just want to point out that one of the problems we have in the sector is leveraging our stock in terms of future developments, as opposed to coming to the levels of government for funding. By conveying these lands to Indigenous organizations, you will give them the capacity in the future to leverage those properties on their own, to give them more independence in looking forward to developing future affordable not-for-profit housing. At the same time, we are, as the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, gratified to see the focus in the report, the revised report for action on supportive housing. We feel for too long supportive housing has been in many ways forgotten within the larger framework of building affordable housing under the metrics of the Housing Action Plan. And to see it separated out in the report for action is a really good thing. Building on that, the Toronto Alliance is looking forward to facilitating the recommendations in the revised report with regard to supportive housing, particularly in regard to identifying potential sites and supporting the sector in developing supportive housing in the City of Toronto. And finally, we stand by the city in its desire to see a Canada, Ontario, Toronto Builds program. We feel that it's vital for all levels of government to work together because of the particular problems we have with regard to building non-profit housing, especially affordable and supportive housing. We need all three levels of government to work together, and having a focused program we feel is the best and most efficient way to do this. And so we will be working beside the city in regard to recommendations 17 and 18. And, I'm a little early today, but those are my submissions on this deputation, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much, Peter. Any questions for Peter? No? Peter, as always, thank you for being so thoughtful and thorough.
Thank you so much.
Oh, and I just want to acknowledge we have a rock star in the house. Former City Councillor John Fillion is here.
Thank you, Gordon.
Nice to see you again, John. And seriously, buy his album. Is it still available? Okay, that was kind of weird. The next deputant we have is Kamsa Baker. Hi, come on up.
Good morning, staff and city councillors. My name is Kumsa Bakar. I'm with the Toronto Community Benefits Network. My role is the Director of Community Engagement and Campaigns within the TCBN. And I'm here today to welcome this really great report. That I think is a significant moment for bringing development across public lands under one framework. I'm happy to be joined by one of our great partners of the TCBN, Sean Blake from the Carpenters Union. We've done some really great work in creating workforce pathways, especially for underrepresented groups in construction. And so firstly, we want to talk about our framework and some of the encouraging approach that we're seeing being taken with this new report and recommendations, but also how important this is to really create the jobs and opportunities within our local communities, especially at a moment when we know that there's a lot of economic instability. We work with a lot of individuals within your constituencies who are unemployed, who are having challenges finding work, especially in this economic slowdown, especially in the housing sector. And so we see this as a really great opportunity to stimulate the economy, to build the homes that we need in our communities, but also to create the jobs also for people that are living in our communities as well. So we see this a really great opportunity to expand the housing development, working with different communities, including Indigenous and Black communities, nonprofits, co-ops, and also the public builders and organizations within the city and agencies. We've also done a lot of work on revitalization sites, working with Toronto Community Housing. And we know that, in some of these communities, there's been certain timelines that have been set for revitalization. And so we really encourage for those revitalization communities to be accelerated, to really make sure that, the promises that were made, at the early stages with these communities are fulfilled, before the timelines get very long. We've also been doing some really great work with Creatio in the Housing Now program. in creating community benefits opportunities as well, and developing some of these different workforce pathways into the skilled trades, which we know are also good jobs, with benefits and pension. And so we do want to see sort of some of those opportunities continue as well. And so I think in terms of the criteria that's been included in the report, we feel that it's something that has been well developed. The criteria, not only looking at affordable housing, but also how to do this in an environmentally sustainable way. So some of the measures around Toronto Green Standards, also things like community benefits, really making sure that not only studio and 1 bedroom, but also 2 bedroom and 3 bedroom units. These are the things that we're hearing from communities where people want to have homes for families to be able to afford to live in. And so the criteria, I think, has been something that's very well developed, and it's also something that is holistic. And I think that's the type of approach that we need to look at when building communities. That's something that is sustainable, and that is something that is inclusive. One of the criteria that we've been doing a lot of work on, like I mentioned, is on the community benefit space. We've done a lot of work with social development and finance and the community benefits team in creating a really robust community benefits framework, which is applied to all development on city land. So working with Creatio on the Housing Now, I mentioned some of the Toronto community housing revitalization sites supporting TCHE tenants into the skilled trades. And so we really want to see that as a really important pillar that continues to be strengthened through this model and also accelerated. Right now, like I mentioned, we probably have about 150 people right now who are in construction, who are actually just not working. I was actually speaking to an individual last week who's a third-term electrical apprentice, and he's been on the out-of-work list for almost a year now, and he's gotten really fed up, and he's actually choosing to leave Toronto and to go to Alberta to look for work. And so what we also risk is the next generation of skilled tradespeople that we know we're going to need to build our communities. And if they don't have work, they're going to look elsewhere to take their skills. And so that's why we really value the partnership with unions like the Carpenters, where we've been able to work on some really great partnerships on city projects like the Etobicoke Civic Center. So I wonder, Sean, if you want to talk a little bit about some of that partnership that we have had and the successes of those workforce development approaches.
Good morning, committee. Sean Blake from the Carpenters Union. Good morning to all city councilors that are in here today. So the Etobicoke Civic Center, back in 2019, it was Councillor Fletcher who introduced and asked that this project have a community benefits agreement to it. And so far, we have, on the Carpenters side, we have put 1 person to work for the general contractor. The project is just underway. It's about 5 months into operation, and we are now looking to place someone from an Indigenous community to work with the formwork contractor. We're just waiting. They suffered a slowdown for about 5 weeks, but I can honestly say that working with the Carpenters through community benefits agreements, we will definitely place folks from underserved communities on those projects. So I would ask that the government continue to stimulate the economy by going down that builder model that you have. Yes, sir, I'll wrap up. And it only brings success and give people livelihoods that they can raise family on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputies? Councillor Myers.
Through you, Chair. So I'm just going to page 20 of the report under the Toronto Builds policy framework, and I'm looking at the section on community benefits, and it has as a target incorporating the partner selection process for all Toronto Build projects, measurable community benefits opportunities such as social procurement and apprenticeships, training and/or hiring and/or other hiring opportunities for people from equity-deserving communities. Did you have any conversation with staff as to why this was a target rather than a requirement for this policy?
That's a great question. We actually just learned about this a couple of days ago, so we haven't really been able to have those conversations. But I think in terms of what we would want to see is this is something, a requirement. It's something that we've been working on as part of the City of Toronto's community benefits framework. And anytime there's development on city land, we want to see that as something that is actually a requirement as part of those builds. because we know that if those are requirements, then it allows us to then do the work with the general contractors. It allows us to then, go to the unions and work with them on actually placing people. When it's something that's aspirational or something that's like not set in stone, then that's where sometimes it can get lost in the process and not actually be achieved as an intended outcome.
So I can expand on that. I know that I have had to remind our contractors of the fact that the project has a community benefits agreement on it, and therefore they must take someone from community on those projects. Otherwise, it is not enforced to the degree that it needs to, that it has an uptick and people then have access to gainful employment, right? That's what we're really trying to provide. But if there is no enforcement behind it, yes, the rep can remind, the rep can have those conversations on the job, but that has to be at the forefront. So sometimes what we did with the community benefits unit was we sat with the general contractor before the project started, and the city, the community benefits unit, laid out the ground rules, right, with all the unions present. That was the beginning, and that was good. But as the job starts to, build, that follow-up has to happen to make sure that those, as you say, targets are met when it should be in stone.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you so much for your deputation.
Thank you.
That concludes the list of deputants we have on this item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So just picking up on the question I just asked the deputants, why was the community benefits portion of the Toronto Builds policy framework made a target rather than a requirement? And just to be clear, targets are aspirational, whereas requirements are requirements that they have to go with every single project.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. As we bring an umbrella over to bring all of our programs and policies together, there is a need to differentiate what can be done on each site within the broader policy framework. So the community benefits has certainly worked extremely well on large-scale revitalization and housing now sites. Sorry. And we'll obviously have an intention to continue to do that through our market offerings to require community benefits in those large sites. It does become potentially problematic on very small sites that also fit with under this, this framework. So we can certainly provide some specificity on that. I would like to engage with some colleagues on SDFA who we are obviously working with on. And if that is a concern and we need to tighten up to provide more specificity, I'd recommend perhaps we work with you in advance of council to come up with an appropriate recommendation following consultation with SDFA.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so on the larger site, the larger redevelopments, it's more likely that you could put in a community benefits agreement, whereas a smaller one building conversion or something like that, it would be much more difficult.
Again, through the chair, that's it exactly, Councillor.
Great. Thank you. And I'd be happy to work with you on that.
Are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata.
So this report is a framework for affordable rental homes on public land. But as far as the Toronto Community Benefits Network, we also work with private, don't we, to private builders?
Oh, certainly.
That's not on city. That's not on city land.
That's correct. Getting anything built on public land requires partnerships with development and certainly private sector partners who participate in the design, build, and process.
But if it's not on city land, I'm telling you, private land.
Perhaps I'll turn it over to my colleague Mercedes, who has a bit more history on that. Thanks, Mercedes.
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Nunziata. We also provide a range of funding and financial incentives for developments on private land as well as nonprofit co-op land through our rental housing supply program, in addition to what we do on our public land.
Yeah, because I thought so, because I believe that when we built the new hospital, West Park Hospital, that was part of the Toronto Benefits Network, correct?
That's our understanding, correct,
Yeah,
Councillor?
and that's private.
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify
Yep,
that.
appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Thank you. And then you'll make the adjustment that change Ward 5 to Ward 4, please?
Certainly, thank you.
Yes, just as a matter of record, what ward is Swansea Mews in?
For the record and through the chair, Ward 4.
Thank you very much.
I have a good eye.
You have a very good eye.
as chair,
Speaker
you did-
Nunziata caught that?
As chair, you didn't catch that,
I did
you?
not catch it. Just general advice to all members of the public service, sharing your draft reports with Councillor Nunziata is a way to avoid public humiliation.
Well, they did the same thing at community council, at our community council. They had another ward and it was my ward.
Well, maybe they were trying to make up by giving you Swansea Mews. I don't know. Okay. I don't have any questions of staff. Councillor Myers, I understand you have a motion if you want to move it?
Yes. Through you, Chair. So it's a motion I worked on with staff. So it's the first one is just clarifying recommendation 12 to make clear that community housing partners includes community land trusts, not-for-profit and cooperative housing partners, and to ensure that Black-led housing organizations and organizations focused on people with disabilities are included in the consultations for the implementation of the Toronto Bill's policy framework. And the second amendment just directs staff to start the conversation with the Toronto Catholic District School Board to explore opportunities for activating land in their portfolio to build mixed income and complete communities for the Toronto Builds rental framework. And that's it.
Are there any questions of the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak? No, okay. I'm just gonna, I have a motion as well. Okay, so this amends recommendation 4 and adds that phrase in, and in accordance with applicable intergovernmental agreements, funding arrangements, and other shared objectives. And that's just to make it clear that while we have very clear rules for how we do projects that are on city land, sometimes if there's other governments involved, they will have their own rules and we are going to have a conversation. That's all that does. Okay? So I'd like to speak to this for a moment, but I want to begin my remarks by chastising Mr. Slater, who came and worked at the city all too briefly and decided, traitor that he is, he would go back to Toronto Community Housing. And I just wanted to thank him for the incredible work he has done to help build Toronto Builds. He's been part of a team from various departments who have, quite frankly, transformed the way housing is done. For the first time in generations, we actually have governments building housing again. And one of the many hands that made that light work is the pair of hands that Mr. Slater brought to it. So, Noah, thank you. And we may try to get him to come back. Who knows? It's all one family now, and that's sort of what the gist of this report is. The fact that expertise is moving across what used to be some fairly rigid lines between the City of Toronto, Toronto Community Housing, Creatio, and yes, the Toronto Lands Corporation, which also has stolen some talent from the City of Toronto, both at the board level and the staff level. All of us now are rowing together, and we're rowing together with one single purpose, which is to reverse the mistake that was made a generation ago when the federal and provincial governments decided to stop building social housing. That decision by those two governments, more than any other act, is what is responsible for the affordability crisis and the homelessness crisis in the city of Toronto right now. There is nowhere in the world, and there never has been anywhere in the world, that has a successful housing strategy that relies entirely on the private sector. The only places that are succeeding in any kind of way that we would call humane and decent are the places that have a significant role for social housing. If you look at the cities in the world that are doing the best in terms of dealing with affordability, well, the cities in the developed world that are doing the best in terms of housing affordability and access to housing for people across all income groups, it's those places where the government is making substantial investments in mixed income housing. Places like Helsinki, places like Vienna, places like Stockholm. I've gone through the list many times here, and I'm sure I'll go through it again. And I just want to congratulate the City of Toronto staff and the members of council who over the last, what is it? Is it even 2 years yet? No, it's not even 2 full years. Have gone from a standing start to the report that's in front of you that consolidates all of the work that we've been doing and moves a significant number of projects forward. Even pro-market organizations have been coming here and saying the investment that the City of Toronto is leading is absolutely essential, not just to house people, but to keep the entire industry on its feet. I remember what it was like in the late 80s and early 90s when we had 60 and 70% unemployment in the trades. The last time the private market housing industry created a bubble and watched the bubble burst. What's different this time, I hope, is that the City of Toronto and its partners who I've acknowledged are deciding, no, we're not going to let that happen again. And I'm very excited to see that the Prime Minister of Canada has stolen our language wholesale and talked about the need to have a federal public builder. And I hope he will seek the advice of the City of Toronto experts who've done this. I am not telling him to poach our talent, but we want to have that conversation. We're ready to go. If you want to stimulate housing, the City of Toronto is probably the first place you should stop and simply just give us bags of money and let us go, because we can get stuff built. Now, I've gone over time. I'm so sorry, Councillor Crescenti, I get carried away.
No, it was me. I was just going to cut you off there, that's all.
And I'm used to that. Okay. Any questions on the motion I moved? All right. So since we're recording a lot of votes, why don't we'll quickly just do the 2 amendments, mine and Councillor Myers. All those in favor, opposed, carried. On the item as amended, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Myers, Councillor Perks, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Crescenti, and Councillor Bradford. Again, unanimous. We are a team here in this room. Okay. So that takes us to 21.6, growing spaces for trees, protecting and enhancing the tree canopy while supporting infill housing and addressing concerns with Iceberg homes. We have a number of deputants. First is Claudia Einishnan Slin. Sorry, Claudia. I should have checked that pronunciation first. Are you with us? Hi, Claudia.
Second?
Norman, you want to go first?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good with that.
We thought we were going to go after lunch, so we haven't practiced.
Efficient at the City of Toronto than we used to be.
It's very interesting. It's great. So, Bear, give us like 30 seconds for having not practiced, okay?
Yeah. No, take your 30 seconds. A lot of
So I'm
staff are
saying,
clearing out of the
if we're a
room.
bit over, just
Yeah.
give us some leeway.
Yeah. All good.
this working here? You ready, Norman?
Starting ready?
Yeah, okay. Is this thing here working?
Yes, there they are.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak about the preservation of our urban canopy in Toronto. The average tree diameter in Toronto is 16 centimeters, and only 14% of Toronto's trees are greater than 30 centimeters in diameter. Of the total population, 6% are city streets trees, 34 are trees in city parks, and 60% grow on private property. In Toronto, trees located on private property can be cut down without a permit if they're under 30 centimeters, though it takes 20 years for a tree to grow 30 centimeters. Trees affect energy consumption by shading buildings, providing evaporative cooling, blocking winter winds. Toronto's urban forest is estimated to reduce energy use from heating and cooling of residential buildings by 41,000 kilowatt hours and $9.7 million per year. The street I live on recently lost 2 beautiful trees. One of them was under 30 centimeters, therefore nobody could object to its removal. It was removed to preemptively make way for a garden suite on a narrow one-way 15-foot wide road where the creation of garden suites remains contentious. The loss of this small piece of urban canopy is an example of how wildlife, heat mitigation, water runoff, pollution mitigation all took second place to the drive to increase property values for a home that was flipped with no consideration of any preservation of the urban canopy. This tree was and will almost certainly not be replaced. On the same lot, behind a retaining wall, there's a beautiful cedar tree with 3 tines. It was part of a circle of cedar trees, each with 2 tines, that were cut down because singly each tine was less than 30 centimeters. A request to injure the last cedar tree was denied because neighbors on our street happened to see a request to injure this tree just in time. Luckily, the city agreed with the residents the tree was saved, and it was only because the neighbors were vigilant that the crown of the tree was not removed. Later the same year, a beautiful mature pine tree was removed, the diameter being over 30 centimeters, because apparently the tree was leaning against a retaining wall. The retaining wall in question is the back of a garage where there are plans to build a garden suite, again on a contested stretch of road. The gap where this beautiful tree was standing is a stark reminder how it seems anyone can do anything, and that tree removal permission, they're lax and loosely enforced on occasion. A freedom of information request by our residents. From that, we learned that in Toronto, since 2011, there have been 130 offenses for which a fine greater than $25,000 per tree, $25,000 per tree was assessed. No fine has reached the maximum of $100,000 per tree. I'm going to show you a chart of the number of fines that have been imposed on illegal tree cuts since 2011. For a developer, these fines are simply the cost of doing business.
That's it. That's it, I'm done. I'll take questions.
I'll take questions. That's it, I'll take questions. Yes.
Well, thank you so much. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Norman. Over to you, Claudia.
All right. To continue from what Norman has been talking, I also live on this little street where these trees are gone. They're just 2 trees in the whole city, but multiply that by all the trees here in red. It's in one of the reports attached to this item. Those are all build-associated tree cuttings in Toronto. It's pretty significant. Nicholas Trevisan was very gracious and gave us information, and he said there's 2 enforcement actions when illegal tree cuts are followed up on. The first one is just an assessment of contravention inspection fees, and the cost there is about $287 to a max of $860, depending on the type of contravention. The real way to fine these illegal cuts is by getting a justice of the peace involved. They assess the fine along with the city prosecutor and recommend an appropriate fine. That's from $500 to $100,000. But as you can see, not a lot of those are being enforced because it's a very resource-intensive way of fining builders and residents, and it's only pursued selectively and strategically. What our little neighborhood did, we figured that in order to preserve the city's tree canopy, we first have to know what trees grow where. So our Residents Association commissioned a study of our neighborhood trees through the University of Toronto Neighborhoods program. University of Toronto Masters of Forestry Management student, his name is Nemo Zhang, spent 2 months measuring and studying the trees along Craven Road and wrote a report on the potential impact of garden suites on the urban canopy in our neighborhood. Somewhere I have a picture on that. This shows the study area, and it's difficult to see, but he broke down the types of trees in our area. Long Branch and Annex have also used the Neighborhoods program to map out the trees in their neighborhood. May I suggest that the City of Toronto perhaps engage this program on a citywide basis to do some studies of neighborhoods so mature trees can be preserved and neighborhood residents can learn about how to preserve and care for their trees. Neighborhoods was developed by Dr. Kennedy and Dr. Daniela Puric-Mladenovic, who frankly deserves an Order of Canada award. And the program assists communities and professionals in collecting the tree information they need to strategically plan and manage their urban forest. Since its inception in 1995, Neighborhoods has been used and applied by many communities across Ontario and beyond. There's 3 components to Neighborhoods, and you can look it up online, Neighborhoods, it's a catchy name, tree inventory, monitoring and mapping procedure and training, tree inventory data analysis, and urban forest stewardship and management planning. So in our study, he wrote a report, and it's also posted to this agenda item. It's called The Ecological and Monetary Impact of Garden Suites on Urban Forests in a Toronto Neighborhood. So he just took our little road and he looked at what is the impact of the removal of these trees due to garden suites being built, specifically in the Ashdale Avenue and Parkman Road neighborhood. The research involved an inventory of 1,114 trees, geospatial mapping, ecosystem service assessments. And findings indicate that full development scenarios could lead to a 70.6% reduction in tree canopy cover, equating to a loss of approximately 409,000 Canadian dollars in ecosystem services. The study emphasizes the need for policies that balance urban development with forest conservation. I hope the City of Toronto and the team at Environment, Climate and Forestry pay attention to the Neighborhoods initiative, use it to further achieve the goal to achieve a 40% canopy cover by 2050 in order to align with the city's Transform Toronto Net Zero strategy. Updating the city's tree bylaws is important to addressing the complex and interrelated challenges of climate change, urban development, and environmental management. The Neighborhoods Project is a ready-made solution to achieve this goal. It's supported by residents all over the province who care about
Claudia, I'm
preserving
going to have to
trees,
thank you there.
even when they're under 30 sauna meters.
There you go. Perfect. Are there any questions? No? Okay, thank you so much. Members, we still have 4 deputants on this, but I know a number of us are scheduled over lunch. So I'm going to break and we'll come back at 1:30. When we left, we were considering deputations on item 21.6, and we had heard the first two deputants, so that takes us to Laura LaMarche. Is Laura online? Laura, hi, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome. Laura, you've got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay. Hello, committee and staff. I'm Laura LaMarche. I'm part of Hogs Hollow Tree Watch. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I've been listening since the start today, and your committee really has its work cut out for it. So thanks for allowing me to speak. I've also submitted written comments that represent many of my neighbors and the views of our residents. I have lived here in Hogs Hollow for over 31 years, and I've volunteered with our Ratepayers Association in different capacities, the most current in our development committee, where we try to encourage developers and the city to approve sensibly developed properties in our ravine. Yes, we are in a floodplain, a designated ravine and natural features protected area where every tree is protected, no matter the size. Well, that's what we thought, until we discovered an application to remove a 250-year-old healthy sugar maple because of an Iceberg house development. So we started a group called the Hogs Hollow Tree Watch. And we set out on a campaign to try and stop the chops. Well, we lost. And so we started a movement alongside with our councillor, Jay Robinson, at the time. And we tried to push back on these bylaw busting Iceberg homes, which an Iceberg home is where the footprint is larger than the house and often 2 stories deep. And it results in the clear cutting of the lot. And more applications have been approved by the city and the COA for our ravine area, which is discouraging. But we're excited to see the initiatives of the city to strengthen our ability to push back on development that destroys trees. And we all get excited. Changes like that you've mentioned in the documents that I've read by the committee, changes to the OP, zoning changes, clamping down on bylaws and variances, and what constitutes soft permeable spaces that allows trees to grow, like pools and patios and other things that aren't really soft landscape, and the many other initiatives that you are introducing. It sounds promising. However, in our experience, the city is not doing enough to help enforce the existing rules and bylaws. And to see an initiative of a 40% urban canopy coverage goal by 2050, it seems unattainable. In fact, I sat in on a committee meeting about an expanding housing, EHON, and the diagram that they used was a picture of 2 homes, one of which was a single family home and a tree, and the next was a 4-plex and cars. The tree was gone. So these things are a little bit discouraging. And so it's hard to believe we can grow our canopy with all the forces against us. Unless we get tougher with the rules we already have and hold the COA accountable to approve applications on sound principles and not just because the developer says that this is just another big house in an area of big houses, so why can't we allow another big house? Which is exactly what I have heard from panel members time and time again as I attend these COA meetings. And why should we not approve another big house, an Iceberg house? Because in a ravine like ours, it means the removal of many trees. And these Iceberg homes prevent the growing of new trees. It prevents, and we know that the trees help flood mitigation, soil stability, water absorption, increase property values, make desirable neighborhoods, maintain Toronto's urban canopy, mitigate climate change, and on and on. You've heard many benefits from trees from the earlier presenters. So once where we saw a tree lot in our neighborhood, instead now we see a towering building with large patios, driveways, and pools that contribute to water problems in our area. We've had many floods, basement floods, and landslides even in our neighborhood. We support the committee's great initiatives as listed, and we hope the city can push further for protected trees in ravines and environmentally sensitive areas. We need to keep the trees we have because a mature tree provides the benefits of over 100 newly planted trees. We also need to make compliance and enforcement more powerful and raise the fines because these fines seem negligible to the developers and just the cost of doing business. The city should also consider refusing building permits for single-family dwelling applications that are not solving any part of the affordable housing crisis and do not need to be fast-tracked. So we support any initiatives the city suggests and would welcome more as outlined in my written submission.
Thank you so much, Laura. I'm going to have to stop you there. You're over time. Are there any questions for Laura? No, Laura, we really appreciate you taking the time today.
Thank you.
The next deputant is Brian Chung. Brian?
Hello again.
Hi again.
Thank you. Thank you to the Planning and Housing Committee. I trust that you all had a good lunch.
Yes, we did.
I'm just going to confirm with clerks that I'll be able to share a graphic at some point. But so very quickly, again, I am a board member of More Neighbors Toronto, which is a pro-housing advocacy organization. Many of the points that I'm going to be speaking to were communicated in more detail in a letter that was submitted by my fellow members Thaddeus and Damien. So More Neighbors appreciates that the city is trying to maintain a balance between new housing development and tree protection. We certainly agree that tree coverage has numerous climate, environmental, aesthetic, and psychological benefits. We are, however, concerned that the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments in item 21.6 prioritizes tree protection over the facilitation of needed infill housing. It's stated to be a balanced approach, but this seems to be a ratchet in that it is prioritizing tree coverage over rather than balancing needed housing, especially multi-residential. The entire goal of the various EHON initiatives, particularly that for multiplexes to be built as of right in neighborhood zoning areas, was to create a consistent and citywide applicable rules to encourage gentle density. So this is a housing modality that has been lauded by as a more environmentally friendly approach by organizations such as Environmental Defense and the Ontario Greenbelt Alliance, among others. You know, gentle density missing middle is a way of preventing sprawl, which I think many of us agree is a less desirable format. As stated in its current form, this proposal basically only adds new restrictions without any offsetting increases to permitted building envelopes, right? So if I am able to share a screen, clerks.
We've given you permission.
Oh, okay. I don't happen to see it on my, oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Okay. There we go. So what I am sharing here is the city's own tree equity score analyzer, right? And what we have here is a map that shows the current tree canopy cover throughout the city in the various neighborhoods. The ones that are lighter in color are the ones that have less tree canopy. The ones that are darker green have more tree canopy. Certainly much of this reflects the employment lands, which I'm sure you're all familiar with given the first topic today. But a lot of those less denser areas are reflective of neighborhoods where there's lower household income. There tends to be more racialized and newcomer population, right? So one of the concerns that we have is that, you know, with the tree canopy rules as they are currently stated, act as a financial and process incentive that will further drive displacement in these lower income neighborhoods, in these neighborhoods that, you know, are less established in some ways or newer. Okay, so our request is that in the final report of this item, in order to both preserve tree canopy and support infill housing, especially for multiplex proposals, on lots where these developments would face requirements to preserve existing trees or soft landscaping area, we're asking that there is an option for them to have a more relaxed building envelope so that they can retain usable floor space area. So things such as perhaps greater height allowances, flexibility on setbacks. This is in fact among the comments that were received by staff in their consultations. And it seems a reasonable compromise because that way you are preserving trees, but you're also not creating additional obstacles for multiplex, multi-residential housing, which has been stated multiple times as a priority of the city. Among other things, so I'm just gonna stop sharing that. More neighbors would also encourage continued consideration of building design features such as single exit stair, which is also known as single stair egress or point access block. This allows for more space-efficient configurations for multifamily designs, increased space for desired tree coverage and soft landscaping. We are aware that this is Ontario National Building Code, and we very much appreciate the actions of the city and this committee's continued efforts to drive this conversation, particularly the exploration of alternative solution proposals under the Ontario Building Code.
Brian, I'm going to have to thank you there that you're at your time.
Yep, I'm open for questions.
Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Brian, thank you so much for sharing that with us today. That takes us to our final deputant, Jeff Cattell. Oh, did I miss somebody? I'm sorry. Nicole Corrado. I'm so sorry. Nicole, are you online?
Hi.
Nicole?
Yes, I was going to say that I think what needs to happen in the city of Toronto is the city of Toronto needs to have a new category called woodlot, and they need to automatically consider any woodlot to be automatically zoned as a park so that you can't build on any woodlot. And also trees 30 centimeters or over need to be protected, but 30 centimeters is too big a category to protect trees. So I think trees 10 centimeters or bigger should be automatically protected. And any place that has 10 or more trees, 10 centimeters or more, should be considered a woodlot. As for building affordable housing, you do not need to build affordable housing on woodlots. You don't have to destroy any woodlot to build affordable housing. The United Nations actually says that to build affordable housing, you cannot be destroying trees or woodlots. All destroying woodlots does is create wildlife conflict, as we've seen with Liberty Village and the coyotes. And building on woodlots takes away the woodlot, which is what people and animals need for green space. The green space is needed just as much as housing. I often will take mental health breaks by taking a walk in a local woodlot. I'm so glad it's there. So I think that Toronto's laws are not strong enough to protect trees. And I think if we had stronger laws, we could prevent another Ontario Place disaster. The other thing I was going to say is I had to look up what iceberg buildings are. In theory, an iceberg building could actually save trees because you're building vertically, so you're building down instead of up. But I see where it could be a problem if you say connect all the basements in all of the homes in one big area, because then you'd have basements under all the backyards and everything. So then you would be digging up a whole big area. So I could see where that could be a problem. But if you were going to build down rather than up, I would suggest investing more in transit and turning some of the underground parking spaces into apartments. Because then you'd have a lot of space that you could build in without having to cut any trees. And you wouldn't need as many parking spaces if you had more people using public transit. So do you have any questions for what I was going to say?
Thank you, Nicole. Are there any questions from the members? No, seeing none. Nicole, thank you for that. Okay, that takes us to Jeff Cattell. Hi, Jeff.
Good afternoon. It's Jeff Cattell, Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations. Clearly, the Growing Space report is a very important report. The tree equity index, as referred to, is extremely important, and there are deficits, and it's a very important priority for us as residents. And the report also deals with Iceberg homes. So we're in strong support of the recommendations, which are really just at this point to test some draft proposals with regard to the official plan policies and the zoning bylaw 569/2013, going out there for public and stakeholder consultation. And bring back recommendations later this year. We would like to see that as a broad distribution, a broad consultation, not just on WebEx, but one that involves the opportunity for people to discuss among themselves and talk about experiences, because everybody understands the importance of trees, and of course the interaction with the development process. So that's an important move. The noted secondly that the report is saying basically that the consideration of trees by the Committee of Adjustment is satisfactory because it was improved by the city in 2023. I think basically there's always problems with the Committee of Adjustment, but it does seem to have improved somewhat with regard to that aspect. And then the third area is the Iceberg homes. There is really a lack of understanding of that concept. We feel that it's a more pervasive building form than has been identified by the city. The report refers to merely 4 examples of that practice, whereas we do. But the thing is, it's probably difficult to identify Iceberg homes when looking at performance measures, because there is no performance measure for an Iceberg home, because even things like. But it's being used as a way of getting around the lot coverage ratio, which is in North York and Leaside and Scarborough and so on, but not downtown. I'd like to really refer back to the work that the Craven Road residents, Claudia and Norman, fantastic work in working with the university. It really points out the need for residents and for the city to have a better understanding of the tree cover in their neighborhood as a baseline for understanding what is happening. Certainly, some of the new initiatives are potentially quite problematic with respect to trees, because the garden suites, for example, are really at the bottom of your lot, exactly the area where the trees and bushes and so on, where the vegetation is, and therefore the impact on trees potentially is potentially quite large with respect to garden suites. Maybe not as much for laneway housing or for expanded multiplex, but certainly for garden suites. This needs to be more carefully looked at, and we need to apply this neighborhoods concept across the city. So thank you very much. Look forward for your further work on this topic. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions for Jeff? No? Okay, that concludes our deputations on the item. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Nunziata?
Yeah, just to staff. So we get a lot of them when applications come in and they go to the Committee of Adjustment. And the application is approved, but on condition that you have to remove the tree. And then it comes to Community Council to request the tree removal, right? So then it's kind of backwards because if you don't approve the tree removal, then the applicant goes back to the Committee of Adjustment. So it's kind of like very, very confusing at times because then there's a huge debate. So just for staff on that process, like should the application for the tree removal should be before they go to the Committee of Adjustment and get approval to build a garden suite or a house?
So through the chair, the types of matter that you're describing, Councillor, would be related to city trees, where we might have a frustration in that regard. Our role at the Committee of Adjustment, of course, is a commenting division, and so sometimes one of the conditions we may put on an application is for them to apply for a tree to be removed. In those cases, we generally permit the tree removal for private trees because that is the purview of the C of A. But what you're describing has occurred related to a city street tree, most often related to driveways or other things on the road allowance. So not necessarily, maybe too much that we would see with the EHON, but yes, that is what the issue that you've described.
Okay. Because we get a lot of them where they get approval and then they come to us, for the tree removal. And sometimes the applicant has to go back, I guess, either to redesign or not have a driveway, so it's very confusing. Thank you. Yeah, I'm right.
Well, just the fact that you're speaking means we know you're right. Never mind. Okay. You're good? Okay, go ahead.
So, thank you, Chair. So, General, what is the percentage requirement, say, on a single-family residential property for soft turf versus landscaping, or what's the minimum percentage of soft turf in a normal detached residential property? There is a requirement, right?
Just one moment, Mr. Chair.
40, 70, 30?
Yep, through the chair, there are different requirements per yard, but it is the same for any type of residential building, whether it be detached or multiplex.
Okay.
And it's generally...
But is there an actual percentage that describes what's needs to be soft, minimum soft turf? Or permeable?
Yes.
Or landscaping?
Just to add to that, it depends on the yard. So, yeah, it's not one calculation for the entire lot, it's per yard. So generally, for example, side yard is 60% landscaping and 75% of that is soft landscaping, for example.
Okay, so in a situation where you have well, the topic here today is protecting and enhancing the tree canopy while supporting infill housing. So when a property owner introduces infill housing, a garden suite, and which likely going to take up a significant amount of soft landscaping in the rear yard at least, and maybe even on the side and front to accommodate access to the back. What happens at that point? Where does the water go? We're introducing another property on a property. Now what? We're just saying that's okay?
Through the chair, I mean, that's something that we reported on in 2019 when we brought forward recommendations for garden suite permissions. And we acknowledged that there would be additional footprint taken up. We did put some regulations in place to limit the size of the garden suite, recognizing that the spirit of that bylaw was to provide accommodation in the garden, that the backyard should be representing both a garden that offers opportunities for permeable surfaces and stormwater runoff and tree growth, as well as that suite. So that has always been part of the concept. The landscape requirements are there. That's one of the reasons why this growing space report, I think, is important, because it shows the monitoring that we've been doing in terms of the impact of garden suite permissions and other permissions on our tree canopy and our ability to grow the tree canopy. I'll observe that the province of Ontario introduced a regulation late last year which limited municipalities' ability to regulate the zoning of garden suites in ways that we have previously. So, for example, the limitations on the building footprint on the lot coverage have been standardized across the province, where their garden suites at 45%. That's somewhat higher, somewhat different than what would have existed otherwise in the Toronto zoning bylaw.
So just one last question. Are we monitoring this? So let's say a year or two down the road, we get a number of calls for flooding in various different residential areas, and many reasons, or many reasons that attribute to that flooding is the fact that you don't have proper water runoff and so on. As the population continues to intensify with garden suites and whatever else happens in a residential community, are we going to monitor to see if we're going to have increased flooding issues, increased infrastructure pressure? Is there a report that's going to come back to address how things look 2 years down the road versus today, as we've introduced this new density for housing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that report is in progress, in fact. We were asked to monitor and report back 2 years after the garden suite bylaw permissions or after the first 200 building permits. And we brought a preliminary report, our final report will be coming in July. And there was a prelim report that we brought forward about a year ago. We didn't have a lot of building permit data yet. We had less than 100 building permits at that point, but there are some preliminary findings that we included in that report about a year ago as well.
All right, so you are monitoring and you will be reporting back?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, others? No, that concludes the question. Oh, Councillor Mars?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just a quick question. Why can't these trees be transported?
So through the chair, the transplanting of a tree depends on a number of factors, most primarily to do with age and how long they have been growing in that condition, primarily because of the root growth. And we know through the tree bylaw that impacting roots is considered an injury and can result in detrimental impact to the tree. So we have had applications where we've considered, can a tree be transplanted to allow whatever the application is related to, and that would be assessed by urban forestry staff as part of a tree application on site and with those factors considered.
And is that going to be considered as part of this report, transplanting trees? Sorry, I just learned that term. Transplanting trees instead of just cutting them down, if that's a possibility?
It doesn't.
It doesn't say that in the report.
Sorry?
It doesn't mention anything about that in the report.
Through the chair, it's not singled out in the report because it would be part of what we might consider with an application if the applicant is proposing that, or if urban forestry staff would feel that is an appropriate alternative to removing the tree. So that's part of our regular process.
So will that be spelled out in the final report that comes to council?
I can, through the chair, speak with my planning colleagues, and if that is something of interest, we could certainly explain and detail that in a final report.
Thank you.
Okay, is that all? All right. Does anyone want to speak to the item? No? No, I'll just move the report then. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And that takes us to our final item of the day, PH 21.7, 3100 Weston Road, proposed designation bylaw under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, consideration of objection. We have one deputant, Tim Labrinos. Good afternoon, Tim.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Here today to support the staff report, which calls for moving forward. I had the opportunity during the break today to talk to Tamara Anson Cartwright of Urban Design, City of Toronto, and we've agreed to facilitate and move forward with assistance with the Emery Village Business Improvement Area that has conducted an extensive historical master plan. One of the things that the historical significance of the site is that there's a historic marker there that designates the site. And Ms. Anson Cartwright will be meeting there to facilitate that. I just wanted to point out, Mr. Chairman, that the letter that was received, I guess sent March 7th by Christiane Uchiyama of LHC Group. It stated that they wanted to defer this today to have additional discussion. And is Christiane here today, or the owner of 3100 Weston Road? They are not. And this would be an opportunity for them to come before you and consult. They also stated, which doesn't make sense, they also state on the second page that they think there's an unknown time in the future, and it could be detrimental to their owner's ability to plan. And I agree somewhat, is that moving forward with this, with Ms. Anson Cartwright, is the appropriate thing to do, because in the end, what really is left is the designation of not just the building at 3100 Weston Road, but it would be the historical significance on the land beside it, which was turned into a school in 1961. And Mr. Chairman, you might be interested to learn that one of your colleagues attended that school and won a junior boys football championship, beating St. Michael's in 1974. I don't think he'd mind being dated. It's Councillor Anthony Peruzza. He attended that school, the Junior Barons, for 5 years. So he would, I assume that Ms. Anson Cartwright will consult with Councillor Peruzza on those topics, because there's a number of graduates that have been associated in that facility for the last 60 years, as well as the surrounding area. The last thing I know we want to be quick, but I just brought this along for Councillor Crescente's involvement or interest. And that is the west branch of the Humber River that you're familiar with. It travels over, and then it's just a little bit south of where Thistletown Collegiate is today. Well, this is a map of the Toronto Carrying Place that was done in 1793 by Augustus Jones, and as you can see, this little dot here would have been Islington and Finch. So this is the west branch of the Humber River, and it's almost in the same shape it was in 1793 as it is today. So Thistletown Collegiate would have been somewhere around there. Finch and Shepherd and Weston Road, where the site is right here, and the red line is the Toronto Carrying Place. And all of this will be discussed and brought up as we continue our discussions with Ms. Anson Cartwright. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Tim? No, Tim, we appreciate you sharing those remarks with us. Are there any questions of staff?
I already asked it.
Yeah.
Well, I understand that often both listing and designation is considered under the Ontario Heritage Act with respect to cultural or there's various tests to what is considered important to protect. And I just wondered if the relationship to Anthony Peruzza was really part of the consideration. And I infer that the answer was yes.
Well, no one's ever tried to designate my high school, where I played football, by the way. Nose tackle, if you can believe it. And played football there. Yeah. I don't think my team ever played his. Okay.
Is he still playing football? If I just have one question to staff.
Please do. Get us off this as fast as you can.
No, just a question to staff. So the owner that was objecting to it, so you've had discussions with him, and obviously he's not here, right? So I guess he knows he lost the battle?
Through the chair, we have had dialogue with him. Since the objection, he's not reached out to us for any further clarification. But this report before you for consideration is to affirm what you have already decided. The council had said that it was of cultural heritage value and merits designation.
Okay, thank you. So I'll move the recommendation if it's in order.
Absolutely. That's probably the most orderly thing we could do. Any questions for the mover? Oh. Councillor, Councillor Peruzza, did you have anything you wanted to add? If you do, you should pull over.
No, Mr. Chair. I just, this is a procedural event that you're doing today. There's really nothing more to be said. I'm hoping that you proceed with it. I think Councillor Nunziata is on the right track. Simply reaffirming a position that that both your committee, City Council has taken already. So I'm happy about that, and would encourage you to move forward in that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that ringing endorsement, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries, and that completes our business. Thank you very much to everyone who participated today and to the staff who guided us through all that work.